What a freaking crappy day. What a crappy day. The crappiest of craps happened today. The crappiest of craps. My God, today was terrible. Today was the worst. So, we get up. I'm going to tell you. Technical problem, John story. Technical problem, John story. That's why we're technical problems. I get up. We go to start the live. I look at the modem. The modem's just in this constant reset. Like, okay. Modem's constantly resetting. What should I do about it? Unplug? Restart? Do all the things I'm supposed to do. Still in this loop of constant reset. Just this constant loop. Just keeps happening. I call technical support. Technical support says, we can't do nothing. Can't do nothing. You're going to need a new modem. Well, I say I can't wait for a new modem. I got to work. This is my job. He says to me, go to the store. Go get a new modem there. Take your old modem with you. Go to the store. He'll give you a new modem. I say, okay. I take my modem. I go to the store. I arrive at the store. He says, we don't do that here. Say, okay. You don't do that here. You don't take old modems and bring new modems in. I say, fine. I leave the store. I go sit in the car. I call them back. I get a new guy on the modem. The new guy on the modem says, that guy lied to you. He was a dirty fibber. Filthy, filthy liar. We don't transfer modems at stores. We'll have to send you a new one. I say, we still can't do a new one. I cannot wait. I have a job to do. It's an online job and I need internet. We must figure out a solution. He says to me, we'll send a technician out to your house today, anytime between 12 and 5. He'll come to your house. You'll get a phone call and he'll come to your house and you'll change out your modem. I say, okay. Good plan, good plan. He says it'll be a $75 fee. I say, well, why should I pay a fee for you having something broken? Your thing, I don't own the modem. It's your modem. It's your property. I didn't do anything to it. It's broken. I need it for work. The reason I hire you guys is to do this. Why do I have to pay you a fee? He says to me, okay, we'll transfer you over to billing. Billing will remove the fee. I say, okay. He transfers me over to billing. I get somebody on billing. She starts laughing. She says, there's no fees. They don't do fees. Why are they doing fees? They shouldn't do fees. And I say, what do you mean? The last guy told me there's a fee and he's going to charge me a fee. And you're saying there is no fees. I say, can you double check? She says, I will double check. I get disconnected. She doesn't call me back. You have to remember, this is after hours of being on hold and transfers. This is right now, we're about an hour and a half in. I say, my goodness. I call back. I get a new lady. The new lady starts saying, no, there is a fee. And your booking isn't for today. No, that guy lied to you. It's not for today. It's for Tuesday. I say, no. That person promised me that they would come out today. She says, he lied. And what do you mean he lied? He says it's going to be for Tuesday. She says that's when it's booked for. I say, no, it cannot be for Tuesday. He promised me today. She says, let me call somebody and figure it out. She calls somebody. I'm on hold. Then all of a sudden, some other guy picks up and says, hello, how can I help you today? I say, what do you mean? What do you mean, how can you help me today? Where's the last lady I was talking about? He says, I don't know anything about this last lady that you were talking about. I'm like, what are you talking about? You don't know anything about this last lady I was talking about. What's going on here? And so I start explaining all the things to him. And so he's like, well, yeah, it's booked out for Tuesday. I say, it can't be for Tuesday. They told me it was going to be today. He says, let me get the supervisor. Well, I say, get me the supervisor. He gets me the supervisor. I'm I'm on the phone with the supervisor. Supervisor says to me, we can't do today. We could do tomorrow. I say, we could do tomorrow? That's rough. When can we do tomorrow? She says, anytime between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m., we will show up at your house. I say, okay. Anytime between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m., you'll show up at my house. I have a second job that I have to go to tomorrow, but I have to take the day off. So I'll lose my job today. I'll lose it tomorrow. I say, okay. Tomorrow. I say, what about the cost and the fee? She says, we can't handle that. You have to talk to someone else. So she transfers me over to someone else. I'm on the phone with someone else. I say, hey, what about these fees? She says, we can't do anything about the fees. It's not on the bill yet. I'll leave a note on the account. You have to call me back. But I don't see a booking appointment for tomorrow. Let me call in and see if they actually booked you for tomorrow. I say, yes, please do that. Give me my confirmation. She puts me on hold. Hangs up. Not on hold anymore. I call back again. I speak to a new lady. I'm very frustrated now. I'm using big boy voice now. Using adult language now. Talking with them. And I'm like, listen, when's my appointment? When are all these things happening? She says, it's for Tuesday. I say, what do you mean it's for Tuesday? It's supposed to be for tomorrow. Are you telling me that the third person also lied to me? The first person lied to me, the second person, and the third person lied. They told me it was booked. They said it was booked. I'm like, my goodness. So it's for Tuesday. I say, this is unacceptable. Get me a supervisor. She says, I will not get you a supervisor. It's not part of our policy. We do not get supervisors. I say, I'm not leaving this phone call until you get me a supervisor. And she says, okay, and hangs up. I call back again. I'm on the phone again. I get this girl. I say, get me a supervisor. She says no. I say yes. She says no. I say yes. She says, we cannot do it. I'm like, what's physically stopping you? And she's like, I'm at home. I'm like, what do you mean you're at home? She's like, I'm working at home. There's no supervisor here. I'm like, are you kidding me? I'm like, how do you contact a supervisor? She's like, I call them. I'm like, well, then just call them. She's like, I can't do that. I'm like, what's stopping you? She's like, I just can't do it. I'm like, I told her, I'm like, listen, I'm not leaving this phone call until you put a supervisor on the line. I said, I'm not doing it. She says, fine. She puts me on hold. I'm waiting. Then all of a sudden I get a phone call from a supervisor. Now I'm on the phone with the supervisor. She says to me, Tuesday. I say, what do you mean Tuesday? She's like, I apologize. Everybody's been lying to you. I'm like, yeah, this is a problem. Everybody's been lying, straight up lying. Not even pretending. There's not even a miscommunication, straight up lies. She says they'll be here Tuesday. I'm like, that's unacceptable. I'm going to lose several days of work for Tuesday. She's like, there's nothing we could do about it. It's got to be Tuesday. I say, what about my loss in wages? What about that? What can you do about that? She's like, I can't do anything about that. But they'll be there on Tuesday. I'm like, fine. I'm like, give me the confirmation, the booking. She gives me the confirmation. It's confirmed Tuesday, anytime between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. I got to take the whole day and just sit there and stare out the window for this guy to show up and to fix my modem. I'm like, all right, Tuesday. I'm like, what about my billing? She's like, I don't handle that. Let me get somebody else on the line to handle that. I'm like, okay, fine. Get me someone else on the line. At this point, it has been 4 hours of phone calls. 4 hours. She starts calling somebody else on the line. Hangs up. Just done. Gone. At this point, I'm like, I'm done. I'm not going to call back. I'm just going to hope they show up on Tuesday and fix my internet. But then I'm sitting there and I just look at the modem. And it just started working. Just randomly, out of the blue, started working. And then I collapsed on the floor, just staring at the roof. 4 hours on the call. Just trying to figure out what the issue was, see if they could reset it, see what they could do, whatever. Get a technician, get a modem sent. So now I have a modem in the mail and I have a technician coming. And I'm staring at my modem and it's working. And then we're sitting there like, so, okay, should we go live today? And we're like, fine, we'll go live. But Abby had other responsibilities. So she's gone. She has to go do those other responsibilities. John is out for dinner, but he'll be here soon. But my goodness gracious. Oh, yes. And then I FaceTime John to see if he wants to go live. And then he FaceTimes me with a face of both great defeat and great victory. My goodness gracious. I spent 4 hours being hung up on and being lied to. Ladies and gentlemen, Bell. That is Bell. The worst, second worst telecommunications company in Canada. The only thing, I wonder if they would have treated me better if they knew I was going to give them such bad publicity. The only thing that makes me use them is their internet speed. You cannot get better internet speed than them. But my goodness gracious, the customer service, atrocious. Full on lies, ladies and gentlemen. Buy a BlackBerry phone. They lied to me straight up. That's literally all of them. All of them. I don't get it. I don't get it. They hire all these people and it's like they don't know how to do anything but a script. It's all, that's our policy. That's all we can do. That is our policy. We can do nothing else. Well, I asked them. Here's the problem with studying logic. I ask them a straight logical question. I cannot call this person. I ask, why not? What is stopping you from calling this person? Our policy. I'm like, your policy is physically stopping you from pushing buttons? Picking up the phone? Your policy is physically stopping you from getting your ass out of your chair and walking over to your supervisor? We cannot. It's not part of our policy. I asked them once, a long time ago, I called. They say, it's not part of our policy. I say, okay, read it for me. Show me where it's written in your policy where you cannot do it. That's not part of our policy. That's not part of our policy. We can't read you our policy. That's not part. What? I asked. I said, hey, if your policy, I end up debating them. I really do. I say, if your policy says that you cannot do this, show me in your policy where it says that. And they cannot do it. I guarantee you they haven't read their policy. It's just a cop-out. It's just a cop-out. That is my venting for today, ladies and gentlemen. That is, thank you for being my therapist. Oh.
Just keep it real.
Thank you for being my therapist. We got to get this going now.
Jesus is king. Jesus is king. Bro, you don't make any sense. Slow down a second, it's making you tense. When I be talking, just don't interrupt. I say the truth, you get salty for what? Give me an argument, not an assertion. I'm almost convinced that you're not a real person. Why are you galloping? What do you gish? Topic to topic, you flop like a fish. Say what you're meaning while being concise. Still got my taco, I ain't leaving Christ. Linda, just
smash the like button, share live, do the things that you need to do. I'm just killing time until John gets here.
I roll with Jesus, you still get defeated. You won't change my mind even if you repeat it. Just keep it real. Big John Still. Tell me how you feel. Convince me when a taco. Just keep it real. Big John Still. Tell me how you feel. Convince me when a taco. Jesus is king. Big John Still. Jesus is king. Big John Still. Give me some logic, I just wanna know why you so toxic, bro, I'm on a roll. You wanna troll me, I'm shutting you down. I be too busy to suffer a clown. Say that you hold a position, defend it. Linda, I know you don't listen, let's end it. It's your own fault that you're stuck in your state. I just move on if you come in bad faith. Don't say that I mean, I say what I mean. I'm showing love, but you
listen,
the thief. You run away, you
11,000 likes ain't it. We ain't getting going until this is at least 20,000.
Making me nervous for those that I reach, I've been living my purpose. This ain't at all about the money. Money. Trying to lift up the soul of his gum is real. Big John Still.
Let's go. Most watched channel. Let's go.
Just keep it real. Big John Still. Tell me how you feel. Convince me when the top goes. Jesus is king. Big John Still. Jesus is king. Big John Still.
Our Father who is in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us of our debts as we also forgive our debtors. Lead us not to temptation, but deliver us from evil. Lord, guide us today. Be present with us. Give us the spirit to strike down our enemies or to have good conversations. Your will be done. In Jesus' name, amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Let's go.
Jesus is king. Jesus is king. Jesus is king. Jesus is king. Yo! Just for keep it real. Yo, tell me how you feel. Convince me when the top go. Just keep it real. Yo, tell me how you feel. Convince me when the top go. Jesus is king. Big John Still. Jesus is king. Big John Still. Jesus is king. Jesus is king.
Okay. We are good to go, ladies and gentlemen. Smash the like button, share the live. Like I said, we're not taking any guests until we get to 20,000 likes. Bare minimum, 20,000 likes, and then we'll take a guest. Until then, no guests. Until then, you just get me. You just get me. That's all you get. That's all you get to have is me. That's it. That's it. Nothing else. So if you want more people, you want some conversations, you want some debates, smash that like button. Bare minimum, 20,000. Bare minimum. Let's go. Smash it, smash it, smash it. Let's go. Let's go. Bare minimum. We're at 19,000. 19,000. Come on. You can get that up there. These are rookie numbers. These are rookie numbers. We're doing an evening live. I'm skipping my jiu-jitsu class today for you guys. I was going to go to jiu-jitsu, but I'm not doing that now because we are here for y'all. We are here for y'all.
Can you hear me?
Shh. Quiet.
My wife ran into Target. So
So you're going to be here all day
I'm in a parking lot right now.
for the rest of the day.
No, she's
It's Target,
I think she was
bro.
just I think she was just going in to get some like a different size for baby boy. She purchased an outfit, but baby boy's not here yet, so I don't know why we're here.
So you're going to be here all day. People are asking you to speak in tongues.
People are asking me to speak in tongues.
Yeah.
Last time someone like asked for something that wasn't good from the Holy Spirit, they like died. You can read about it. It's in the Bible.
Let's bring up a guest.
Holy Spirit ain't a party trick, bruh.
Oh my gosh, it's the Big John Still.
Hello,
Yo, what's up, man?
how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm great. I'm 18. I was actually on here I think 2 days ago. Yo, you should bring up the modal MOA argument against atheists. It's amazing. I love it. It's the modal MOA argument. So basically it's like if God is necessary within a possible reality, then he is necessary within all possible realities.
Isn't that just the ontological argument?
Yeah.
What did you call it?
Modal MOA argument.
Why not just call it the ontological argument? That is the ontological argument. Am I wrong, John?
Yeah,
I like the longer
the
name
modal
better.
it's just called the MOA, the modal ontological argument.
Okay. Yeah. Why is it so great?
Yeah. So, and then again, because I really like it. I haven't heard any good refutations of it. I've been in a few debates with it, and yeah, I just feel like it'd be nice on how you tackled it and how you used it.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of it.
Oh wait, why not?
Because like if you can conceive of an island, you can conceive of a greater island, so therefore there must be a greater island. But that's not the necessary entailment.
It's also it's subject to
I get
what's
where you're
called
coming from.
it's subject to what's called the RMOA. The RMOA is the reverse modal ontological argument.
Yeah, I think I saw that.
What is it,
actually,
John?
But
Huh?
What is it? Tell us. Don't leave us in suspense.
yeah.
Oh, the reverse is just where you say, if you conceive of a non-God world, if you can logically conceive of a non-God world, then that's just going to be the case that that world exists because you can conceive of it.
There you go.
Yeah, well, that's the whole point of the modal ontological argument, that it puts them into a position that they have to logically prove that it is illogical for God to exist within a possible world. That's what I like about it. But then again, like you stated, John, can't really presuppose something like that, I guess. But yeah, I just want to come up here and say I pray everything's like going good. I pray I'll have a great time.
It's not been going good for him.
Yeah.
It's not at all. So you're pray harder. All right, pray harder.
All right. Peace,
Oh,
bro.
for
God
sure, for
bless.
sure. Peace.
God
God
bless.
bless you, man.
Oh my goodness. And now I'm cold all of a sudden. Smash the like button, guys. Share live. Do the things that you need to do. Let's get this going. Late Friday live. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm good, 25, thank you.
All right, bro. There's no justification for atheism. Prove me wrong when a taco.
Okay, so you define atheism by a lack of belief in a personal God.
No, I would not define it like that. I think that's an incoherent position. That's just about a mental state, not a proposition.
So how do you define it?
Yeah, so theism, there is a God. Atheism, there is no God. Agnosticism, I do not know if there can be a God, or it's impossible to know there's a God.
Well, the belief there is no God, that would be anti-theist. I will look it up, the definition of atheism.
Yeah, so I take the Stanford Encyclopedia definition.
Okay.
Right. So
Yeah.
when you say
Atheism,
when you say atheism is a lack of belief, you're just talking about a mental state, not a proposition.
yeah. The
Repeat
type
that
of
again.
atheism you're talking about is just making a distinction between belief and knowledge. But if you qualify knowledge as justified true belief, then you're going to run into an issue there. But the other sense is just what John is referencing is called a doxastic attitude. So
Watch
you
your
can
language.
only hold an exhaustive amount of views regarding a single proposition. If the proposition God exists, you either accept it, deny it, or withhold judgment.
Christopher says I'm cutting out. Is that the case? Am I cutting out? Am I cutting
No,
out?
I can't hear you. I can't hear you, no. Well,
Okay.
at least I can hear you. Okay, so in plain English, the definition of atheism that you put forth is the belief that there is no God. Is that what you guys saying?
Well, it's the proposition, right? Belief is just a mental state.
So what is the proposition you're putting forth aside from this one? Is that you believe there is a God? You think there is a God?
Our proposition is that there is a God. We're saying that the atheistic proposition, has no justification. There's literally no reason to say there is no God.
There is no reason to think there is no God, right? That's what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
And you define God by what?
And so God would just be a being with max-making properties, or a being with unbound power.
Unbound power. What kind of unbound power does he have the power to cease to exist?
Yeah, that's not. So unbound power, right, is doing all things within the realms of power.
What is the realms of power? Does it have contradicting things?
Like what?
Like
No.
ceasing to exist. Does he have that ability?
No, it does not have that ability.
So it's bounded.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's within the realms of power.
Okay, define
Yeah. For
the
example,
realms of
let me give you an example, right? Do you think for Superman that kryptonite is a weakness or a strength?
a weakness.
It's a weakness, right? Because this is what is called a liability. We don't consider liabilities to be powers, right? Just because you have the ability, Superman has an ability within him to be subject to kryptonite, right? But just because that's an ability, it doesn't mean that it's a positive ability. It means it's qualified as a liability. So when we're talking about God's omnipotence and we say unbound power or the power granting set of all abilities, right? That's not going to take into account liabilities.
So, in plain English, is he bounded or not bounded?
He is not bounded.
He's not bounded. So, in plain English, does that mean he can do anything?
No.
So he's bounded.
No, there's no binding, right? There are metaphysical impossibilities. That means it's not within the realm of power.
So for him to cease to exist, how is that binding?
Because it's contradictory to his nature.
Okay. Okay, let me ask you this. Because an atheist could just look at the universe and say the universe is God. The issue here, you're saying that your God has unbounded power, and saying for him to cease to exist, that will be unbinding. So can your God, for example, do evil?
No, because it's contradictory to his nature.
So there are factors or elements in his nature that bound him from doing anything, right?
No, it's not a binding.
What is it then?
It's his nature. That is what he is. So good, so for example, evil isn't an ontological thing. It doesn't have metaphysical properties. It's a negation of a thing. And what evil is the negation of God. So you're asking, can God exist in an area where he does not exist? That's a contradiction. That's a logical contradiction, not a metaphysical contradiction.
Okay, so we gotta pick one point. So maybe we can stick with the unbounded God. So can God do anything?
God can do anything within the realms of power.
And how do you define these realms of power?
So anything that's metaphysically possible, not logically.
Anything that can be logically possible.
No.
But God cannot do it.
No, metaphysically possible. God can do anything within metaphysics, has metaphysical possibilities. He cannot do anything within like logical ideas. If it's a logical contradiction, like just conceivable ideas, like can he make a rock so big that he himself can't lift it? No, he can't do that because that's a logical contradiction and not within the realms of metaphysics.
Yeah. So he can do anything. Can he do anything logically possible?
I'm not going to repeat the argument I just said 3 times in a row.
So repeat it, please, for the last time.
No, I'll move on. Okay. Because I've said it 3 times in a row. You asked it, I said it. You asked it, I said it. You asked it, I said it. And now you're asking me to say it again. So I'm not going to repeat it again. Either you choose to listen or you don't.
Okay, define the realm of metaphysics.
Metaphysics.
That's where your God operates, right?
So metaphysics are things that are outside of conception.
What do you mean?
My pencil is metaphysically real. It exists within reality. So metaphysics is the study of reality.
So it's the study of something that already exists, right?
It's the study of things that operate within reality.
So they exist if they operate within reality. They have to exist.
There are conceptual things that can exist in metaphysics. So for example, like a unicorn. But that's not a logical thing.
Well, I don't know if a unicorn is a logical or illogical thing.
What's illogical about a unicorn?
No, I didn't say anything. A unicorn can exist. You said it cannot.
I didn't say that.
You said it's not in the realm of metaphysics.
I'm saying it may not exist in metaphysics, but that doesn't mean that it cannot exist in metaphysics.
So metaphysics is this ensemble of the things that can operate within
So it's a study
reality.
of substance and being.
It's the study of substance and beings, so they have to exist.
No.
Well, if substance and beings, do they exist or can they exist?
Yeah, so it can exist. That doesn't mean it does exist.
It can exist.
Yeah, so
Okay.
God could make a unicorn. That doesn't mean that unicorns do exist.
Okay.
That's a
perfect.
metaphysical possibility.
Okay, perfect. Can God make a being that is purely evil or 90% evil?
No, because everything is sustained by God. 90% evil, sure, but fully, purely evil? Evil being the negation of God? No, because he cannot separate something from him fully.
So 99% would be okay.
Can God make a being that's 99% evil? Sure, I don't see a contradiction in that.
Yeah, so as long as it's not 100%, it's okay with it.
Well, because God is good, and God cannot separate things from himself because God is his existence in itself.
And making a being that is 100% evil would separate that being from God.
So you cannot be fully separated from, well, it depends on how you're using 90% evil. Like, are you using evil as like an actual ontological state? Then no, God cannot make something 90% evil because it'd be 90% apart from God. But if you're just talking about how it behaves, yeah, sure.
Yeah, that's the definition of evil. I mean, you're turning away from God. Say, for example, 100 decisions. God told you to make 100
That's not
choices.
the definition.
And
Remember, I told you my definition of evil earlier. You, my friend, are not listening to what I'm saying.
I don't remember your definition of
No,
evil.
you're just not listening. I've had to repeat what I said about logical contradictions 3 times in a row. You asked me. And I also told you my definition of what good and evil is, and you've completely just thrown that out.
No, I don't remember the definition of evil.
No,
I remember
you're just not listening. You're not showing me, right, respect in this conversation. You're not actually treating this conversation with respect enough to listen to my actual arguments.
Okay, about the definition of evil, I don't remember it. What you defined earlier, and I asked you 3 times, maybe 4 times, was the ability of God to operate within the metaphysics and not the logical realms. That's why I asked you for the 4th time. So my question is, and you have to define evil for me, is whether or not God is capable of creating evil.
Just 1 second. Where the heck is that spam coming from? I can't tell. It's showing up in my chat, but can't find it in the YouTube. Do you guys see that? Probably showing up because of spamming. There it is. Boom. Nope, you got it. Now he's gone. Somebody was just spamming in my chat over and over again that I need to debate Ian. I've already debated Ian twice or 3 times now. Anyways, what were you saying?
The definition of evil, your definition of evil.
Evil is the privation of good. God is good.
Evil is the privation of good.
Yep.
As in the negation of good.
Yeah, it's an absence of a thing. It's not a thing. It doesn't actually have ontological properties.
Okay. So is that something from free will? I mean, for example, if I have the free will to do good or do
Yeah,
or
so what's
not
your
do
argument
good,
for atheism? You're just kind of bringing up different points about God and getting me to argue for theism. What's your argument for atheism?
well, my argument would be against the unbounded God, because you said.
So what is
that
your
the
argument? Give the actual argument for it. What is it?
definition is that an atheist can look at the universe and say,
Mhm.
you know what, the universe is God.
Yeah,
You
so
can't
the being
prove
with unbound power. What's your argument against it?
because you said your being, your God is has unbound power, and we already proved that he's bounded. He cannot cease to exist.
He's not bound. That's not bound. Oh my God. Bound power is doing within things that are logically, right, are metaphysically possible, not just conceptual. So again,
Yeah,
what is your
what is the
argument
difference?
against this? What is, like, give me the argument. Give me like step 1, step 2, step 3 conclusion. What is it?
Very simple. So you said your God, the God you believe in, it has unbounded power, right?
Just a being with unbound power. What is the argument against that being's existence?
And you didn't prove that being existed, because the being that you said exists has.
So you just keep
unbounded-
asking questions. What is your argument? Give me an actual argument, please. This will be the last time I ask. If you don't actually address it, I'm going to move on.
An argument for what?
All right. Appreciate your time. God bless.
Hey, I'm gonna go ahead and hop down. I'll be home in like 10 minutes,
Okay.
and then I'll join on. I'll join on my laptop. But,
Sounds good.
really,
Yeah.
really quick, did you see what I texted you or put in the Discord?
No.
It's a topic.
Okay, it'll be a surprise later.
All right. See you soon. All right, guys, smash the like button, share the live, do the things that you need to do. I also forgot to put this up. We do need that dono bar today. We didn't hit our goal yesterday, so we do got to hit our goal today. Goal to keep this channel going and keep it live is $300 a live, so that's only 3 days a week, and then $100 on the other 2 days we do content. But yeah, that is up there. We're going to keep this channel going today. It's a different time than usual, so I don't expect to get our usual crowd. We're hoping to, because we had some really crazy technical issues today. But yeah, if not, well, we might switch topic. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. But let's bring up another guest. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm 23.
All right, bro.
I'm good.
There's no justification for atheism. Winataco, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that, what do you, I guess, what do you mean by that? There's no justification for atheism, or?
Yeah, so justification would be like an event that happens that gives a rational reason to believe something is true.
Okay, so you're just saying that essentially, would you be basically saying that there's no, so you're saying that there's no reason that rationalizes holding the belief that there is no God, is what you'd be saying?
Yeah, there's no rational argument that there is no God.
Okay.
Or at least not that I've heard of. If there is, then I'll buy you a taco.
Okay, yeah. I don't know if I have any, I don't really have any like formalized arguments, but I guess I would raise my main issue, which is why like I'm sort of an atheist. I still like dabble with some theistic stuff, but I think the reason I'm an atheist is more just the, and maybe you can like offer some arguments for this, the epistemic issues, such as like when we define the being as this like this being with a property, a cluster of omni properties, the mental property of it, and this like beyond cosmic properties. Like I feel as though there's essentially no way to actually and maybe you can help with that. There's no way to actually like infer that this being would exist, and we have absolutely no evidence for such a being.
Yeah, I'm not talking about omni property God. I'm just talking about a being with unbound power.
Okay.
Yeah. So like the highest point that you can get.
Okay, so then I guess I just start by asking then what are the motivations for us to posit such a being exists?
Yeah, so I'd say something like the contingency argument. You need a necessary being to explain all contingent things.
Okay, and when you say, so I guess what would be your kind of, I guess how would you define, or like how are you defining things that are contingent versus necessary?
Things that are contingent could be different. Things that are necessary cannot be different.
Okay. And when you say, so I guess so that basically be like, I guess, where do you kind of, how do you kind of, I guess, get epistemic access to what can be different and what can't be different? Like, I guess maybe I'll just put like a flatline statement. Like, how would you negate the proposition that everything is as is and could not have been different?
Yeah, because it's logically conceivable. So if it's logically conceivable, then it can be different.
So would that be like, I guess what's the justification for that? That logical conceivability has anything to do with what is actual, or I guess maybe what's like metaphysically like possible?
If it's logically conceivable, then it's logically possible. That's all we need to know. Then it's contingent.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, I guess the issue is that, So I guess I'm kind of looking for like, and I'm still like new to this stuff. So,
Mhm.
but I guess I'm kind of looking for like the connection between. So I can understand logical possibility, but the issue is I don't think logical, or at least I don't think I've seen any justification for logical possibility having any connection to or not any connection, but having any like ontological status. So just because some X is logically possible doesn't really give us any understanding. Because like
Yeah.
my kind of like.
Yeah, so
yeah.
it's simple. All right, can my sweater be blue? Is it logically possible, not metaphysically?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so if it's logically possible that it can be blue, then it needs an explanation on why it's not, correct? Even if it's metaphysically the case that it has to be this color, it still needs some sort of explanation on why it's not that color.
Okay, let me try to form it. So you're basically saying that some X exists. It's logically possible that it could have varied. Therefore, there needs to be an explanation why it did not vary. That can be.
Yep. Yeah. So there's there has to be, if it's logically possible that this could be blue, there must be some sort of reason it's not blue. There has to be some sort of property that's making it so it cannot be blue. Even if it's metaphysically impossible for it to be another color, we still have to ask the question why it's this color in the first place. So if it's logically possible to be different, it's contingent. If it's contingent, it requires an explanation. This is the PSR. If you want to throw the PSR out the window, I think that leads to like some huge absurdities and truths that you have to swallow that people aren't ready to do.
Okay. I mean, I guess what would you think? So I guess because I do think PSR is like thing to hold, but I kind of hold like a physicalist PSR, such as that everything included in space and time the PSR applies to. But I think that maybe the issue also that to put something out there just to see if that affects your kind of argument is that I'm like a nominalist physicalist, so I basically don't when you're saying like it could have been blue and these things are just like cognitive in my sort of worldview. And so I do get the position, but the issue is that if logical possibility doesn't hold any actuality, if it's just the case that it is like thinking or permuting properties in the mind, then there comes an issue.
You're hyper focusing on blue and losing like the soul of the argument. The soul of the argument or the rhetoric of the argument is like could be bigger, could be smaller, right? Like blue, of course, is like a conceptualized thing. But what I'm just saying is that it could be different, whether it's blue, bigger, smaller, different type of fabric. Okay. Logically, could be something else. If it's not that thing, we need an explanation why it is that thing. Right? That is the scientific method.
Okay, let me generalize. So essentially, you're saying that, and tell me if this is kind of tracking it. Basically, so there is almost like there is a set of logical possibilities. Let's just like basic whole thing. Reality has a set of logical possibilities, and the like presentness or the actual state of it being in a certain possibility needs an explanation. I don't know if that made sense, but
yeah. So all I'm stating is that its current state of being needs an explanation. If it's a contingent, unless you want to state that everything is necessary, which that's a really big pill to swallow.
Yeah. So I guess because do you use kind of like, because it kind of seems like it's like some like kind of like modal a little bit. Do you use like, because I think that's also like my kind of theory. Just cognitive.
You're cutting in.
Like there's modality, like necessity and contingency.
Sorry, you're cutting in and out. I didn't know what you were saying.
Oh, okay. So can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. Yeah. So like kind of my the issue is like there's kind of a presupposition here. It's like positing that contingency and necessity is an actual property that is possessed by things. And I know definitionally it's working, but the issue is we're kind of like, and I could be wrong, but it seems like there's like sort of like a bouncing between a domain of like just linguistically what necessary or contingent means with like just the cognitive conception like cognitive like operation of counterfactual thinking versus like actual existence based things. Because for me, basically I guess I'll kind of try to give a chain of logic. If possibility and necessity doesn't actually exist, or if modal properties don't exist, then PSR by definition can't apply because modal properties don't exist. So I guess maybe that'd be like a proto argument I'd give. See what you think of that.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what you mean by you're saying that contingent and necessary are a property that a thing possesses. I think contingent and necessary is a word we use to explain the thing.
So so I guess I'm basically contingent and necessary. As far as like I understand it, essentially, those are like going to be modal properties. Like, is some X contingent and necessary? Is it true in all possible worlds? Is it true in only some worlds?
Mhm.
And so necessary. I don't know if you use these semantics, but true is essentially necessary in all possible worlds.
But I think
And
I
so-
think you misunderstand what I'm saying when you're saying it's like I possess the property of contingent, right? That implies that it's separate from my being. I don't think it's separate from my being, right? So, for example, I have the property of having a mustache and a beard, but I could also not have a mustache. That in itself is contingent. The beard itself. So, like to say that I have a property that's contingent, it seems a little confusing to me.
Well, I guess the property doesn't necessarily, like I said, like it doesn't necessarily need to be like possessed by the like. I guess, for example, the being that you posited earlier would possess the property of unbounded power, and so like I guess like the modal properties are if how an X exists, does it exist contingently or necessary? And so that's what I mean when I say like these modal properties. So like your being would like have the property of contingent. With like if you could like if that is the like I guess modal conception.
But you
have,
wouldn't say that the wood possesses contingency. You say the wood is contingent.
Yeah, so it's just like predicate logic would just be like p of x, and then the p of x is just contingent, or like the modal basically because these are usually expressed with modal logic. So you just use like a modal operator, just like a rhombus or square for necessary. And so you'd be you're still expressing a proposition. It's just going to be with those modal operators. So I get the I get the kind of like the linguistic stuff with possessing property.
Does a square possess squareness, or is it square?
Oh no! With that, I was talking about the symbols that are used in modal logic to express modal propositions, like for some x to be necessary or some x to be contingent. It's like a box or a square is the symbol of necessity, and then a rhombus is the symbol of contingency. And so that's what I was kind of saying.
My question still remains though, like because we would say that a square is necessary to have 4 points and 4 sides. That's necessary properties of a square. But the thing is, it'd be really weird to say that a square possesses those properties.
Yeah, so I guess I'd say that the proposition square possesses 4 sides is necessary due to it being just analytical. Like there can't be a way it wouldn't.
But the thing is, if it doesn't possess the property of 4 corners and 4 sides, it's no longer a square. So those 4 corners or 4 sides are equal to that property. So it's identical to its nature. But when you say something has a property, that property entails that there's something extra to its nature.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I guess the modal properties. I guess maybe there's a different word possibly, but I guess for me, it would be that. So like essentially like the way some X exists. So it still would be referring to its nature. Like if there is like just a table, like. Though there is like such a thing, like the way it exists, does it exist contingently? Does it exist necessarily? Or is there, like you deny modal properties? And so that's where like, I think the word property may be like being the iffy case. Cause I know what you mean though. Like that is like the go-to semantics of property, but for like modality, modal properties, everything would possess it, unless you just like deny modal properties, which I do deny modal properties. I don't think contingent or necessity have any actual meaning. They're just cognitive. So when I say the proposition that a square has 4 sides, it's just cognitive.
Well, okay. Well, anyways, we're just getting hung up on the semantics anyways.
Okay.
What is the argument for it?
Yeah. So I guess your being is just the argument is essentially that it's more, and it's not really a formalized argument. It's just like kind of an epistemic claim is that essentially there's no motivations to posit a being with unbounded power, and maybe power is also sort of ill-defined. And it should be an argument of just like lacking of evidence, lacking of motivation.
But then you'd be agnostic, which is not the claim that I'm going against here.
Okay, so you're going against a claim that I guess I could then I could make a stronger claim, like just for the sake of this, like that essentially essentially that the plausibility of such a being is forced to be zero just due to there being absolutely no priors and no way for us to relate this to current reality, no way for us to gain knowledge of it, no way for us to have any evidence. So basically,
you could make that argument, but I think that's going to be like very like basically you're saying you're going to make a Bayesian analysis to say the priors are so low that's just zero.
What do you mean by the priors are so?
Well, that's what it sounded like that you were saying. Is that if you're going to say there are no priors, there's no reason to believe. Then either you're saying that the prior precondition is going to be so low that we could just say that it's pretty much none, or you're going to say it's necessarily true that God cannot exist. One of those two things.
Okay, yeah, I'd be giving more of I guess I would give like a priors, but also even like when assigning the priors, there's going to be like, if we just like take that proposition that there is such a being with unbounded power, we could also just like go to the background model of which we're basing the Bayesian reasoning off of. And I'm not super great with Bayesian reasoning, but I kind of use it for epistemology a lot. Essentially, it's just going to so when we have like a space of hypotheses, we have to see like, which one's most plausible. And essentially a being like that, it also violates our background model. Like it violates laws of nature, obviously, but that's a trivial one. But
I think two problems with it. I don't think you can violate our background knowledge on that because people have background knowledge for God. And then two, violating the laws of nature is an incoherent statement because the laws of nature are not prescriptive; they're descriptive. That's a fair claim. And for the violating, that's why I kind of digressed off it, because the violating laws of nature is more for like other claims where we can't actually assign plausibility to like the Earth just teleporting across the universe and stuff like that, just because it violates laws of nature. But so for this, I guess I would just say that I guess I'd go back up a level just for that this epistemic claim that, and I guess kind of like recalibrate that there's no priors, or there's just no evidence that would increase the probability of this being, of such a being with the exact property unbounded power. Doesn't make sense why we'd posit this. But you're positing, for example, in like your Bayesian analysis, that you're going to start at like a 0.1 or even lower. Why would I start lower? Why would I not start at like an even 0.5?
Because of its, and that would be because whenever we're like assigning the actual priors, we kind of have to go off of a background model. And that's where I'm saying is essentially what would there be? Like, basically it's almost kind of there doesn't exist such an X that can be used as evidence to assign a higher prior probability than nearly zero.
Yeah, but how are you using background knowledge here? Like, what are you using as like a standard of background knowledge? Because like if we're looking at background knowledge, if we're talking about purely just this belief in this being due to different reasons, there's many people who have these beliefs. If you're talking about interactions, there's many people who've had these interactions with this being. So from like a specific like mental state, I feel like in my own life, I've had a personal one-to-one interaction with God. So my background knowledge, currently, not at the time, but it would be my background knowledge now. My background knowledge would raise that probability to like a 0.8. You haven't had that experience, so your background knowledge is going to probably keep your priors pretty low.
Yeah. I think the issue is for me, the way I'm going to be assigning the issues I would say that would make the priors almost zero is going to be absolute. First is going to be absolutely no no observations, and obviously I know that's not applicable to this, but it's just kind of a baseline we have to set. Essentially, there's no observations that constitute such a thing.
But that's not background knowledge if we're talking about observations.
Yeah, so the thing about the background knowledge is about I guess I'll just stuff that you had said before. The stuff you had said before, such as personal experiences, people holding beliefs. So the issue is going to be that, number one, the absolute unreliability of past mental states, the essentially of people of those times. Then there's going to be the issue of divine revelation in and of itself, which essentially can't, I think that's very epistemically untenable. Like, how on earth are we going to discriminate between divine revelation and just like normal speak? And so I just basically that's why like the subjective mental states of belief don't increase the plausibility. I mean, maybe it could move it somewhat. Actually,
Well,
I wouldn't.
I think that you are having like a lot of presuppositions there. For example,
Okay.
like the lack of reliability in testimony. I'd argue against that, but that's a whole different argument. But
Okay.
for example, you're talking about something like, so type token, right? So we have the type that is divine revelation, and you're saying
Okay.
that's like an untrustworthy thing. If God existed, would the resurrection be considered divine, like the token of divine revelation? Or sorry, still the type of divine revelation. Rather, it doesn't matter whether you think the token is viable.
So are you saying if the resurrection were true, are you basically asking, would that increase the probability that God existed?
No, I'm just saying if God existed, would the category of Jesus' resurrection be considered divine revelation?
No, because it would have been directly observed.
It would not be considered divine revelation?
And maybe I have the term off. Divine revelation to me would just basically be gaining subjective knowledge through like a direct revelation to your own mind. But observing a magical act or a supernatural act wouldn't be divine revelation to me. But maybe I have my definition wrong, if that is the case.
So I think you're focusing like more on like the token of it. I'm just talking about type. So type is just God, who is the divine, reveals himself to us in a way. Divine revelation. Would the resurrection fall in the category of divine revelation?
Okay. Yeah, with that definition, yes.
Okay, so then we actually have past knowledge of like some sort of divine interaction with humanity. Now it's whether you consider it divine, and we could look at that. But it just seems like you have these like preconceived notions that like all these things are just false right off the bat. But we do have these things in the past. That would seem to me that like, hey, if we're actually going to start with the Bayesian analysis, we should actually probably start at a middle point, like a 0.5, and then start implementing things into the data and see where we end up.
Okay, yeah. Okay, I guess I would just, because the resurrection, I do have like other issues with the case that supernaturality doesn't actually lead to any connection to like this unbounded.
So just real quick, I deny supernatural. Like I don't think that's a real word, because if God exists, God is in the natural realm, right?
Okay.
And anything God would do would be considered natural. So that's why I'm using specifically the term divine revelation, divine being God.
Okay, so for you, essentially something that would like violate the natural would just essentially be, you just call it needed divine.
No, it doesn't have to. It doesn't have to violate anything. It just, if we learned God exists, we would just update our understanding of the natural world.
Okay, I get that's fair. That's interesting. Yeah. That's fair. Yeah. So I guess I agree with you. I guess like I would obviously there's like argue like I could say things against the resurrection, but I think I would just like for the sake of this, yeah. I guess I'd add the prior then, because of the resurrection. I guess that would be where I'd just accept that for the sake of this, and then yeah, I think it would go up. The only issue is
all I'm arguing against, so we don't get lost. I'm just arguing that you have this like idea that we need to start with such a low point model on the Bayesian analysis. I don't know why we start so low.
Oh, okay, yeah. I start so low because of there being nothing to grasp at to give us anything. But the resurrection
that's not how priors work. Because what you're saying is, because a prior is what you put in, right? Just like logically speaking. And then you start updating your priors using data. Then you start putting in the data. But I'm asking, why is the prior start low? And you say because there's not enough data.
Yeah, so when assign, so that's the issue with like assigning a prior. So for example, like say something disconnected, like if we had to like assign a prior to, do you think that guy that walked in the store flew here? We're kind of forced to just assign. Now you could assign it high, I guess, but I would just assign it low. And I think most like in settings we would have to be assign it low, because that goes against our background model.
Yeah, that's background knowledge, right? But we all have like consistent knowledge. We all have consistent information and background knowledge. What I'm saying is, with background knowledge with God, We don't really have a consistent standard of background knowledge. Because okay, watch this. Christians, how many Christians in the chat are listening would say that you guys have had some sort of interaction with God at some point in your life? And granted, we have a low sample size, but we got a lot of people saying yes.
Okay.
Right. So if we took, and considering that theism is like a primary standard, right? And now granted, and Christianity is one of the higher forms of theism out there. We have a huge sample size of people where I think a lot of them are going to say they have background knowledge of experience with God. You don't have that background knowledge. So the question is, why are we updating the Bayesian analysis on your background knowledge, but not everybody's?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess the issue. So I guess I would probably just posit we would just try to use objective standards that we have established in civilization. That and I say quote objective. Obviously, you can go in quotes, but like essentially anecdotal evidence isn't going to be able to bias our like prior assignment that greatly.
Sure.
Unless,
Why wouldn't it?
Yeah. Because of the other background information, right? So because of the other lack of observation, lack of even like definability of what is like power, the absolute, the being, the mental, like so. I guess the other violations of our background model, just a high percentage of people, or just a high amount of people saying they have experienced it. Is going to be an issue, but then also we could probably discriminate against it as well, or just show that it's a little bit shaky as well by just saying that the naked intellect is just unreliable, and we know that with a high probability that the naked intellect is very very unreliable. But
again, I disagree with that. The naked intellect is highly reliable when it comes to minute things. But for example, are you married?
No.
No. John, are you married? I know you are.
I am, yeah.
Okay, John, what was your wedding day like?
I could go into a lot of info. What are you looking for?
Just give me what color was your suit?
Silver.
Okay, what color was your wife's dress?
White.
Okay, roughly how many people were there?
300.
Okay, and I'd argue that if we looked at the data, John's information would probably be pretty correct. But John, what did you have for breakfast 2 weeks ago at 7 a.m.?
Probably nothing.
Okay, so there's a problem. He's saying, I don't know, and probably nothing. So when we're talking about like past knowledge and reliability, the problem that the studies that people came up with was like on trivial things. They'd be like, okay, what color were the curtains in the room that you were in when you were studying? Well, people don't often remember the trivial things, but people will remember very important big events.
Where did
I don't know where you went. You just vanished. I just removed you.
My light turned off.
Okay. So they remember, like, people remember big events and they remember it in detail. This is why we trust history. Like, if you're going to say that, well, memory and testimony is so unreliable that we could just like give it such a low prior, then we're going to have a lot of problems. We're going to have a lot of problems with trusting news. We're going to have a lot of problem trusting history. We're going to have a lot of problem in court cases because we're going to have a lot of problem in just like trusting the scientists who tell me evolution is true.
Yeah. Okay. I think that's actually really fair. I actually like that. I like that example you brought up. I think that like elucidated a lot because I think also because I was raised Christian, so I think I do understand also it's also taken to be subjective as well. Like not the fact that the proposition that it exists is subjective, but the experiences are subjective and they are as big as the wedding is. So I think that's actually fair. I think that I wouldn't have, at least in my current state, I wouldn't have any objection. So I actually agree. I think yeah, I guess the prior is available. I agree with that. That's fair.
Based. Where did you want to go from here? If not, we can jump on. Like we Philbro'd out and chats hate Philbros. So
yeah, okay.
But you're such a nice guy. I don't want to kick you. So it's up to you.
Yeah. I guess maybe I would just ask well, I guess from here, I would just say, like, how do you conclude that being? That'd be probably the last thing I'd ask.
Well, I wouldn't conclude that, yes, for certain, right? And
Okay.
if we're just talking about knowledge, I do think God is necessary. So like he has to exist in all possible worlds. But I'm just talking about certainty in my knowledge. I can't say 100%, but I'd say there's a high confidence that we could say we're justified in the belief. And I think there's a big difference between, yes, it's absolutely true and you have to take it, versus there's a justification. And I think that we have justifications for things like the teleological argument, the contingency argument, and the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ. Those are the big three that I focus on. I think there are other arguments, like, for example, somebody brought up the ontological argument earlier, but I don't find that too convincing. So I think we have justifications in God. Now, atheists may come forward, certain atheists may come forward and point out issues. So people can point out certain issues with the contingency argument, pointing to some sort of like brute fact for a necessary being. Sure, but I'm still saying we still have some sort of justification to point to this. My argument here today is that atheism, no God, does not have a justification. Agnosticism is probably the best position if you're going to say there is no God.
Okay. I think I get it. So you're basically saying the positive claim that there is no God is like you can't actually like run an argument or like a positive justification for that claim being true is what you'd be saying.
It'd still be a negative claim, but you can't give me a justification for it. And you can absolutely give justifications for negative claims.
Okay, yeah. Okay, yes, I got it. Yeah, I think I'm trying to think. Yeah, I think I'd agree with that. Because you even like in the beginning, you kind of said like you'd be agnostic then, and like yeah, like mine is more just like kind of how you saw with the Bayesian stuff. Like mine is just more like about certainty, degrees of belief. So I think I'd agree with you. Obviously, I'm still pretty new in this stuff, but I'd agree with you for now. I can see that for now.
You don't seem new. You seem very more informed than a lot of people.
Yeah. I'm new in a way where like I don't know all the exact directions to go, but I'm also not really that biased. Like to which one, like I don't like have a desire for either one to be true. Like I genuinely just like explore, because I think also like I am sort of like quote unquote like a phenomenological theist. Like I do pray, like I do like definitely revere the archetype of Jesus. I just have some issues with like the actual ontological status of the.
I'd also say that I did a little looking up after while we were talking in between, and it seems like you are right about modal properties. So maybe my objection was flawed. So
sure, yeah. Right. But yeah, I'd agree with you. I do not have a justification for like actually confirming the proposition that there's absolutely no God.
Awesome. All right, man. Well, thank you for such a lovely conversation, and good luck on your journey.
Yeah, thanks. Nice conversation.
Peace, bro.
Yeah, we'll see.
What a sweetheart. Not you.
No, I'm not a sweetheart. I caught a little bit of the tail end of it, and I caught a little bit in the car before my kids started screaming and my wife started talking to me. So it seemed like a good convo though.
Yeah, he's a smart guy. Smart guy. Oh my God, I got so many people in this queue and I didn't even realize I didn't activate the queue yet. Whoops.
Whoopsie.
Queue. Q is such a weird word to spell. Beauty. All right.
Quay.
Let's bring up a guest here. And then I'll let you talk to him while I use the washroom. God, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? God? I can hear you listening to me.
Yo, little G.
All right. Appreciate your time.
Homie fell asleep.
What?
You Phil broed out and he was laying down and then the phone's just on his chest at this point.
Bill, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? Oh, 1 sec. There we go. Sorry, how old are you?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. How old are you? Oh, that was my issue. There we go. Now, okay, can you hear me now?
Hey, Big John, how you doing?
Good, man. Just real quick, how old are you?
I am 40, almost 42.
All right, bro. There's no justification for atheism. Convince us, and when to talk, I'm going to let you speak to John while I use the washroom.
Absolutely, and I've got some dogs wrestling in the back. If it makes too much noise, let me know, and I'll kick them out.
No, you're good. What's up, man?
So simply, all atheism is just a lack of belief in gods. And I think throughout history, we've seen all people in all type of civilizations and communities having justifiable reasons for not believing in God.
Okay, so first off, academically, atheism is not just a lack of belief. So lack of belief, you're just like relaying to me some psychological state that you have. But it actually isn't doing anything to the proposition of whether or not God exists. So if I say to you, let's just say a horse exists, right? Let's even say that someone's never empirically verified whether horses exist. They've never seen a horse. Maybe they live on an island somewhere where horses are just this like mythological creature that they don't realize exists in North America or something. So if you have that, and I say horse exists, you can only respond 3 ways to that proposition. It is either you accept, yes, horses do exist. I believe horses exist. No, horses do not exist, or I don't know if horses exist. This is what's called a doxastic attitude.
Are we
so when I
doing
give you the
lacktheism here?
proposition, yeah, when I give you the proposition God exists, you only have those 3 options: accept, deny, or withhold judgment. What is your doxastic attitude, not your mental state?
That's why I use specifically the word justification rather than just belief.
Yeah.
Okay, so you started with redefining what atheism is.
It's not a
so
redefinition. That's the Stanford Encyclopedia definition.
Stanford
so-
Encyclopedia of Philosophy kind of uses it, but I'm just saying, I'm asking you, what is your doxastic attitude?
There's no God.
Okay, so you hold the negation. Now,
Correct.
in holding the negation, right? What is your justification in order to say there is no God?
I mean, I've got a couple. Do you just want me to start with my best one,
Yeah.
or just a random one, or,
Sure.
or how would you like to do
Sure.
it?
Yeah. Bring your best to the table, because if I knock down your best
I
one, then the
mean,
other ones aren't very
let's-
meaningful.
I don't know, the hiddenness of God. Let's start there.
Okay. All right. So
Well, hold on, John. So make your argument. Just that he's hidden. Okay. So what's your argument?
When I if I were to choose to cry out for God, I
Mhm.
don't hear anything back. I don't see God in the natural world.
Well, that's
God isn't
you're
in-
just giving me descriptions of hiddenness. What is the argument?
that God is nowhere to be seen in the natural world.
Yeah, that's just another description for hiddenness.
it's also an assertion.
Sure.
It's an assertion and a description, but it's not actually a justification on why it's
Okay. Sure. If God was real and we are his creation, he would make his existence clear, and he does not do that.
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead, John.
Yeah. So so your first premise is a biconditional. If X, then Y. Right?
Mhm.
Okay. How do you get to the conclusion of Y? How do you get to he doesn't do that? And because are you using this in like a subjective sense, or are you using this in a universal sense?
Well, I would actually push back a little bit and I say, how would you conclude premise 1, where it says, if God was real, he would make his existence more known? Like, how do we come to that conclusion?
I should say first, are we talking about the Christian God?
I'm just talking about a being with that, or sorry,
Theism.
being with
Theism or-
unbound power. So just be theism.
I mean, I don't know how to make it more clear. Like we go through.
You're saying you're saying if God exists, we would expect to see more presence from him. Now your first premise is like, if God was real, he would make his existence clear, right? God does not make his existence clear, so therefore he is not real. So I could just disagree with premise 1. I could say, why does God have to make his existence more clear?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I could say that would be his responsibility.
Okay, so then you have
The
to
fact that-
you'd have to make like some argument for an objective duty, some like objective duties.
Can you describe to me, maybe to make it more clear, how do you see God as not being hidden?
I'm not even arguing that he is or isn't hidden. I'm just saying, even if God is hidden, why should I expect him to be less hidden?
And I'm going under the premise like God created everything. So if we have a creator, if we have a father per se, like our father, I don't know, for lack of a better word right now, if we have this parent figure that watches over us, that cares for us, we see in families all over the world that parents get involved in their children's lives, help them understand things, et cetera, et cetera. I don't see anything like that outside of my family and the few friends that I have.
Right. So,
guess it's-
you're basically saying that this God has to have the same duty as a father would in a household. And then now, if that you're making that argument, sure. But now you have to show me like objective duties. You have to show me like an objective standard that say he is obligated to do so.
Isn't our society, doesn't it require or obligate parents or people we consider our parents to take? I mean,
That's a subjective
even-
standard. I'm asking for an objective one because our subjective standard is just our opinion, what we think it should be.
So correct me. So let's say a child is born. It's law, I believe, that the parent of that child, as long as they don't give that child up, they are required to take care of that child. If not, then they're objectively, right?
No,
yeah.
not objectively, subjectively. It's stance dependent. It's dependent on
So
the
if
stance of the state.
If a parent neglects their newborn child, there are consequences. Objectively.
Yes, stance. No, subjectively, because it's stance dependent. So, for example, there are places in the world, or even places in history, where we haven't had that obligation. So, like ancient Greece, you could leave your children out in the woods without consequence. That was perfectly fine and part of their culture because it was dependent on the stance of the state.
Well, I mean, sure, we can go through. Let's look at the society here in the United States in the last, 50 years. Because yes, I mean,
that's not objective though. That's subjective.
Yeah, what you want to do is you want to give some sort of ought, right? So to help you with
I don't
your
understand how we can. I don't understand how we can be
one sec.
objective with. Sorry.
To help you with your argument, what you want to do in order to offer something, you have to give some sort of ought principle. God ought do this because X, right? It's
again. So let's give it a second.
Well, yeah, like you're back on live and everything.
Yeah, I lost so many people. Okay, we're gonna see what happens. So he's gone. Can chat? Are we here? Are we back? Can everyone see me? Oh no! Oh, we're still connecting to the YouTube. I think.
Yeah, TikTok came back. The Reels came back. And our YouTube short came back.
Okay.
And
I think we're good. I think we are good.
Yeah, we're back.
I expect that to happen again until I get on new modem. We're gonna see. All right.
You're really upping your technical difficulties game.
Dude, I listen. There's no word of a lie here. I genuinely believe in my heart, and I can't prove it, but I really think there's an actual demon that follows me and messes with me. Because I used to say these things, like I used to tell Abby before we like got married. And she would be like, nah. And then now she lives with me. She's like, yeah. Like she sees it. She sees it happen. Things that should never happen just happen out of the blue. Like stupid things that never happen to anybody ever always happen to me. It's a really weird thing. We've even talked about getting me exercised just to be safe.
You don't have a team. You're not possessed.
Not me. I don't think I'm personally possessed. I think it's more like a C.S. Lewis type situation where the demon's not personally possessing you, but he is messing with things around you.
Oh, that's oppression, not possession.
Yeah,
so exorcism is.
Yeah, I think I'm demonically oppressed. I really do, because there's things that happen in my life that make zero sense, and just like the odds of those things happening are just like crazy. And I think one of it is like
Did
Just
you put
me-
a did you input the numbers into a Bayesian analysis?
No, I should do that. That's a good
No.
question. That's good. I should do that. I usually, when I'm curious about those things, I do a Bayesian analysis, and we'll see. All right, let's bring up a guest and see if we get back into it. All right,
I did that the other night.
James. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? Wait, can y'all hear me? Somebody said I was muted. Can y'all hear me?
I can hear you.
I know you can hear me.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
I can hear you.
Yeah.
I know you.
Yeah, it's coming through YouTube.
James. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? James. God bless. Sheer incompetence. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hey, how's it going? Can you hear me? I am 28 years old.
All right, bro. There's no justification for atheism. Prove us wrong, win a taco.
So, no justification for atheism.
Yeah.
Okay, that's an interesting question, right? Because I guess the question I would ask is, how do we establish belief in anything? Right? Like, why do we have to have a separate set of rules for justifying atheism versus any other belief?
We
First
don't.
question for y'all.
It's not a separate set of rules. I think every belief requires a justification.
Great. So I don't think that God exists based on the fact that the only justification comes from basically religious doctrine.
What?
No.
So, but,
Well,
but the
think about it, right?
hold on though. But you're kind of presupposing like you're the default.
Okay.
Why is
I'm just saying,
atheism the
well-
default?
Well, because if I had ever experienced communication with, divine power, obviously we wouldn't have this conversation. I'd be prophesying about my divine experiences, right?
Mhm. So again, why are you assuming atheism is the default position?
No, not necessarily. I'm just saying that from my personal experience with it,
Uh huh.
the only explanation of any religion that I've ever heard has come from individuals who are
Right.
part
So
of organized
you
religion.
don't believe in the claims of religion. So you default to atheism. Why is atheism the default position?
Correct. That's
Yeah.
correct. Because
Yeah.
in order for me to believe something, and this is like doubting Thomas, right? Going back to biblical stuff, but I need to have some sort of justification of it.
Yeah,
And
you're
in
still
that
not
story with Thomas-
answering my question. Why is atheism the default?
Okay, because in order for something to be believed, you have to observe or understand that it's there. That's what I'm talking about with believing anything.
Sure. You need a justification to believe something or
Right.
to make a claim towards something. So why is
Right.
atheism the default? What is your justification for atheism?
So atheism, you were just talking with the last guest, is the denial of the existence of God, right?
It is saying there is no God.
Correct.
Mhm.
So my belief is that there is no God based on the fact that every God, every world religion, the only experience they have with it is from the religion. It's passed down in a hereditary fashion. All the religions
Right.
were all
You're going full.
off.
I don't think you understand what I'm saying to you, right? You're saying
No,
I am
I
not.
do.
No, you don't. You don't. Because if you did, you wouldn't be saying what you're saying. You're saying all these other beliefs, I do not believe in them. They have not convinced me. So therefore, I am atheist, which means something in atheism must have convinced you of the positivity of atheism. But that's not the case because you're arguing against these other viewpoints, which means that you're just assuming that atheism is the default position, that you started atheism. And if that's the case, I would like to hear an argument for that.
Well, I think you're kind of misunderstanding the difference, or maybe not misunderstanding, but you're using atheism as a belief system and not just as a term to describe a position that one can have, right? Is that a fair assessment of what you're saying?
Let's just speak clearly. Does God exist? Yes, no, or I don't know.
No.
Okay, give me the justification for the no.
That's kind of like hemming it in, isn't it?
It's like what?
I mean, you could come up with any idea. This is the flying spaghetti monster thing, right? You come up with any idea and say, well, that's a God. Therefore, you have to be an agnostic. You can't take a strong position. You have to take a weak position.
Yeah, so it depends on the claims you're making. So if you make claims about a specific being where we have certain expectations, and I can show we don't see those certain expectations coming to fruition, I can make an argument that that being's existence is less likely than actually existing. So I can make the claim that probably it does not exist, and everything works in probabilities. We can't say anything for certain. So I could say, no, it does not exist, depending on the ontological aspects of that being, right? Now I could say to you that there's a fish off in the Pacific Ocean called the glip-glop fish. Now, you've never seen a glip-glop fish. I don't have any evidence of a glip-glop fish, but I give you like an explanation of like what it is. It exists in the Pacific Ocean, kind of glip-glops around, likes to eat smaller fish, but primarily it's peaceful. You don't know anything about this. At this point, you wouldn't say, no, it doesn't exist. You'd say, I don't know if it exists. You haven't given me enough data. I don't know. Right? That's the only logical position. But that's not what you're doing with atheism. You're saying, no, it does not exist, instead of rather, I don't know.
Well, yeah, because if you told me there was this fish, I would go look for some way to corroborate that information. Now, am I in a financial position to go to the middle of the Pacific Ocean like James Cameron and go looking for fish that may or may not exist that I might never see?
Yeah. If you went and examined, sure. Right? If you went and examined the areas where you'd expect to see the glip-glop fish, or even better is, let's say you find out I'm somebody and you have justification to believe I'm somebody who makes up things. I do it all the time. It's been discovered. It's known. You would then have a justification to reject the existence of the glip-glop fish, but you're assuming a default position with God that it's just the null hypothesis. You wouldn't do that with the glip-glop fish. Why do you do it with God?
Well, because, like I said, this goes back to my initial premise, right? Which is the premise for my whole atheism is that you only get information about God in this life from other religious people. So it's usually your parents. It could be somebody else in your community. But that's where the report is coming from, right? We're not getting information about God from...
Okay. Let's look at that report, though, okay? How do you know that the report is false?
How do I know the report is false? So then we're going to get into the idea of basically, is the Bible true, or is any given religion true? Any testimony that people give?
We're not talking about any religion.
Nope. I'm just asking you, how do you know that the reports of these religions are false?
So the reports of the religions themselves, I can't verify historical facts, right? Like if I go back, if we just use Christianity example, right? There's 4 different gospels.
Yeah.
Right.
So
how am I supposed to go through and evaluate every single word of those gospels to determine if it's true or false? It happened in the past. It's stated to have happened during a historical period in the Roman Empire. I can go look at these things, but there's conflicting scholarly analysis of the Roman Empire itself. So I can't go back in the past to when these claims are about.
Cool.
And
so then your position should be agnosticism.
Why?
Because you're saying there's not enough information to make a decision, so you should take the I don't know position.
Well, I don't want to take the I don't know position because it's a weak position. It's such a weak position because it's like saying, well, I guess anything that anybody says to me from the past could be true. I just gotta say I don't know. I don't know.
No,
Right?
it's a stronger position because it maintains intellectual honesty. Whereas in taking a positive position for the negation of a proposition, that is more of a weaker position, especially when you can't offer justification other than, what you said.
I mean, I just feel
what's stronger? Someone who claims I don't know, or someone who claims I do know but actually can't prove it or can't offer evidence or justification for it.
Like for example, if I would say to you right now, I have zero justification, but the president of the United States is not Donald Trump. Do I have a strong position?
Well, you got a guy who called Donald Trump who says he's the president, so I feel like that would be a bad one to take.
So do I have a strong position?
In that example, no, you do not have a strong position. But
because,
I don't think that's comparing apples to apples. That's not a fair comparison.
Hold on, because I do not have a justification, correct?
Just because you're not making an argument?
No, I do not have a justification. There's nothing that has justified my statement to say that Donald Trump is not the president of the United States, correct?
Am I allowed to ask you why you think Donald Trump is not the president of the United States?
I just because I feel it.
Okay, got it. But that's not really what I'm saying. I'm not just saying I just feel it.
But you're not really answering the question. Is there a justification?
Yeah, because we'll use the same justification you used. Because he's looked at all of the media outlets in all the world, and every single one of them is lying. And so he can't actually trust anything that the media are saying because every single one of the media outlets is lying.
That's pretty based, actually, because like I could actually make an argument for that they are all lying, or at least at some point been inconsistent with each other.
That's fair. Okay, I like that. I really like that example, right? So I think where this differs is that, you know, we have the ability to go see Donald Trump in person.
I have yet to do that.
Have you seen? Have you seen Donald Trump in person?
Well, I would claim to not have seen him in person, but I would claim that you could go see him, and I would be willing to undertake that because we're not, the claim is not that Donald Trump exists in another realm or something.
But then you would have a justification.
The Washington Monument or something.
Right? You're saying I could find a justification. The question is, do you have one?
But do you see the difference I'm saying here in the context, like for these two examples?
So what if
I get what you're talking about. If you couldn't leave your house, that'd be fair.
Okay, so hold on. Let's say I go on a journey to find Donald Trump and I never find him. Am I justified in saying he doesn't exist?
I don't think that you'd be justified. Well, that's a really good question. I mean, that's kind of a stumper, right? Because it's saying like it's contingent on your ability to validate the information, which is what you're saying about my position, right?
You're connecting the dots.
Great. Well, here's the difference between Donald Trump and God, right? Is we have all these current examples. No, current
wait
examples.
Wait a second. One second. Really quick. You just said, hey, that's a really good point. I have to think about that. But now you're jumping back to the argument that we just proved to you had a problem with it. You're jumping back to the argument we just showed you, and then we brought up that question, and then now you're going back to the very argument we just brought up the question where you said it had a good point.
Okay, let's give another example then. So I'll respond with a better. I don't want to jump backwards. I agree. That's not good discourse. We've got a bunch of people who claim to be related to Donald Trump or have interacted with him in some way. So you'd have to disregard all of their testimony as well. They're living people, right? You have to disregard all of their testimony.
I'm going to try to save you here. Are you sure you want to go down this path?
Oh yeah, dude. I'm happy to go down this path. That's fine.
Okay. Christians in the chat, how many of you guys have had an experience with God?
Okay.
Me, yep, me, here, me, I have, me, many,
nice.
I have. This guy keeps saying it's just a recording. My whole family has me, here, F yeah, yes, I have, me. So do you want to disregard all their testimony?
Well, not necessarily. I can believe that they believe they have an experience with God, right?
I could say the same thing about people who had an experience with. I could believe they thought they had an experience with Donald Trump.
Yeah, they believe they had an experience with Donald Trump.
So we have like Eric Trump, right? Eric Trump is not really Donald Trump's son because Donald Trump never existed. This is all like a conspiracy, and everything Eric Trump does is also fabricated. So you have at least
no, he doesn't exist either. How do you know he exists?
Right.
Just because like Jesus Christ.
So what about people who went to school with Eric Trump and all the records from those schools and all those, and the fact that I could, potentially get on a call with Eric Trump.
What about the
Cameo or something?
Sure. I can go with the millions of people who've had experiences with God.
And they wrote records about it.
Okay.
You brought up the Bible earlier, right?
Yeah, sure. That's historical evidence, though. I'm talking about like present day evidence.
Yeah, present day. There's present day stuff. There's millions of people, right? John, have you ever experienced a miracle?
Yes. I have.
Other John, have you ever experienced a miracle? Well, thank you for asking, John. Yes, I have experienced a miracle. Chat, have you guys ever experienced a miracle?
Okay, so going back to the idea of religious teachings, though, right? Is that there is a tradition here that you guys are a part of, right? It's part of. This goes back to the history of it. It's part of the Christian tradition, and I think that you guys wouldn't disagree.
But why is the tradition false?
It just sounds like you're special.
How do you know the tradition is false?
Yeah.
the tradition doesn't need to be false to say that there's no God.
Okay, give me a justification for why
Well,
there's no
but that
God.
was but remember, you came up and that was your first statement, and you wanted to go back to that first statement. So when we asked you why is it the case, what's the justification, there is no God, you made that point, not us.
Right, but I'm talking about an unbroken chain of belief. I'm saying that you could go back to like the fish example, right? If you talked about that fish and this belief in the fish had been passed down for 2,000 years, starting in like ancient Canaan
We're
or
not talking
something.
about 2,000 years. We're talking about right now. Christians who've had
But the
miraculous
Christian church didn't
experiences
start right
happen in
now.
their life.
Right, but that's only mediated by their pre-existing belief.
There's
God.
a preconceived notion on that. You're saying they've only
How do you
experienced that
know?
because of their preconceived notions. When I had my experience with God, I was not a Christian.
Were you aware of Christianity?
No, I was an atheist.
You didn't have any idea what Christianity was.
Why I was aware of its existence. What are you talking about?
Okay, well that's going to affect your interpretation of your experience.
How? I didn't know anything about Christianity. I was aware of its existence. I was aware people went to church. I was aware there's a guy named Jesus. I had no idea what they thought of Jesus, really.
Well, okay, so you're saying that you had a miraculous experience that you knew to attribute to the Christian God with no understanding whatsoever of anything about the Christian God or Jesus besides the fact that it exists. Am I supposed to really believe that, dude?
I don't
Like,
care
you had
what
no
you believe.
idea
That's completely
that
irrelevant
God
to
had
the point.
power, like that he was omnipotent. You had no idea
That's
about that.
irrelevant to the point. What I'm saying is everything in your argumentation has the presupposition that God doesn't exist. That's my point.
No, there's no presuppositions of what I'm
Yes,
saying.
you're
about
presupposing that all these people have only had miraculous experiences because they've been primed to expect it from a Christian worldview. That's exactly what you're arguing.
Let's make an assumption then. Let's say that there was an initial miraculous experience, right? That there was a initial spark of the divine at some point. This is kind of like deism, but let's just say that the Christian religion started with a true divine miracle, and everything after that, there has been no verifiable evidence of the divinity, and there is no verifiable evidence. It's not part of the religious community doctrine today. Why would I believe in God?
Yeah, that's not the argument I had. The argument here today is there's no justification for atheism.
Right, but I'm talking about my justification for atheism here.
Okay, what's your justification?
So hold
You're
on.
not giving a
Again,
justification.
your argument keeps being the default, right? You're saying I am unconvinced about your specific model of God, so therefore I'm justified in the atheistic position, right? The only justification you have about being unconvinced about a specific model is an agnostic position, unless you have an argument for the negation.
Do you have an obligation to have an agnostic model about everything?
Yes.
Okay, so we're never going to agree because I don't believe that. I don't think that you have to have an agnostic position on every single possibility in the world. I just don't think that's a
Yeah.
reasonable
So then
expectation to
basically
place.
what you're saying is you're literally saying that it's perfectly fine to be irrational.
No, I don't think it's irrational to take the position that things don't exist. If
The
you have no
definition of
evidence them.
irrational is to believe X proposition without justifications. You just told me you can hold positions without justifications. So you're telling me it's okay to be irrational.
No, I was asking you if you can hold beliefs, right?
I'm not
Beliefs
talking
is
about mental
position
states.
belief.
We're talking about a justification. I don't care about your mental state.
Okay, so going back to the fish, right? If you don't mind.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, before you told me about the fish, was I justified in believing that fish did not exist?
You would have no knowledge towards a positive or negative. You couldn't say it did not
Correct.
exist. Hold on. You could not say it did not exist, right? You could not make a proposition because you're unaware of its ontology in the first place.
Right.
So
I'm
you wouldn't
unaware
have
of
any
the
position.
ontology. I'm unaware of the ontology, right? Right. What would you call that state of being? Would you say it is not believing in something?
No, it's called ignorance. You're just ignorant.
What's the difference between ignorance and not believing?
Yeah, so not belief is a mental state.
And ignorance is
It's a different type of mental
very
state. So
similar mental state.
ignorance is unaware, right? Non-belief is a mental state of a certain position.
Okay. So you're saying the position it only is relevant once someone has told you about it, right? So the question of whether I believe in the fish only becomes relevant.
No, what I'm
once
saying is
share
you
that
can't
information with me.
make a proposition of something you don't know. That's what I'm saying.
That's my point. That's why atheism is the quote unquote default.
That's not the atheistic position. Atheism is a proposition. Atheism.
That's what I'm talking about earlier with the idea that you're using a term to
Oh my
describe
God,
like
silly
a
goose.
phenomenon.
You silly goose.
No, man.
The default position for everybody on any situation is lack of knowledge, unaware, right? Do
Right.
not know,
Agnosticism.
right? Agnosticism. That's the default. Like if you don't know about something, your default is agnostic. You don't know. You're trying to make the argument that atheism is the default, but it's not, right? I have to tell you about the glip-glop fish before you can make the proposition that it does not exist.
Right. And what I'm saying is that
Like
all
let's
these
just
religious
apply this
teachings
to
are
something
meaningless.
really. Let's apply this.
The same way the
apply this to
flip-flop
something
fish
really
is
simple.
meaningless.
Wait, let's just apply some. Do you believe that there are animals that exist on planet Earth that you've never heard of?
Yes.
Okay. So, if you believe that there are animals you've never heard of, can you claim yes or no whether or not that animal exists?
I can't claim it for a specific animal, but I can claim it for those animals as a category.
No. We're talking about a specific animal. So,
Which
do you think you can claim yes or no that animal does not exist?
Once it's a specific animal, it's no longer the same question.
How is
Okay.
it not the same question,
Okay,
brother?
hold on. Does a Portuguese fish exist?
Does a Portuguese fish exist?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay, does a trout exist?
Yes.
Does a snakehead exist?
I don't know.
Why didn't you say no to any of those?
I haven't had a chance to go investigate for myself.
So why wasn't your default position they don't exist?
Because I'm aware of the fact that I'm not aware of every single animal. I don't claim to have omniscience of animals.
So why isn't your default position that I don't know about God?
Because God, you could say God is a class of things, right? Like
No.
gods. Could you say gods are a class of things?
No.
In religion, in like a theological sense, right?
Just
Talking about
answer the
world
question. Why
religions,
isn't the
academic
just
sense.
make the argument? Why isn't
No,
it
no,
the
no, no,
default
no. I want you
position?
to engage with this, please. Please just engage with this.
I'm very close to just moving on. So answer the question. Why isn't it the default?
For which specific question? For the animals?
Appreciate your time. God bless.
Oh my God.
Oh, the Portuguese fish doesn't exist. If anybody was wondering, the other ones do.
I like golden penguins.
Hello, how are you?
Hello.
And just real quick, how old are you?
23.
All right,
Can
bro.
you hear me-
There's
Can you hear me well?
yeah, we can hear you. There's no justification
Okay.
for atheism. Prove us wrong, Winnetaco. Go ahead.
Yeah, have you heard of the PMC argument?
Have you, John?
Maybe not. Did you say PMC?
Yeah, it's the argument from the principle of material causality.
No, I haven't heard it.
Let's hear it.
Yeah, so it goes something like this. For every concrete object that has a sufficient originating or sustaining efficient cause, they would also have an originating and sustaining material cause. Classical theism posits that the universe did not have a material cause, but it did have a originating and sustaining efficient cause. So therefore, classical theism is false.
So
Okay. Can you-
what is your major and
can
minor
you-
premise here? Because I don't think your premises are working. So let's do it again. What's your first
Yeah,
premise?
I want
for-
to. Yeah, I want to type it down.
Okay, yeah. So P1 is just saying, so premise one is just saying that it's just making the universal claim that for every concrete object, if it has an efficient cause, it will have a material cause.
So
for
every
its
every
origination.
concrete object has a material cause.
Every concrete object that has a efficient cause for its origination and continuation or sustaining efficient cause will have an originating and sustaining
So
material
what do,
cause.
what do you mean by sufficient cause here?
Efficient.
Okay, what do you mean by efficient cause?
Yeah, to bring about.
Okay, so basically, for every concrete object, there is a
Are
material
you familiar
cause.
with Aquinas' four causations? Material, formal.
It's been a while since I've read it,
Final
but I've
and
read it.
efficient
So
cause?
so
Yeah.
for every efficient cause, there's a material cause. If I were just going to make it shorter.
for every concrete object that has an efficient material originating or sustaining efficient cause, it will also have an originating or sustaining material cause. So just in simpler terms, if something came into being, and so there's a cause for its existence, it would have come from prior existing material, not from nothing.
Yeah, I'm just trying to put the premise.
Okay.
I'm just
Yeah,
I'm
so
just
I've
trying
got-
to get the premise correct. So make
Yeah,
sure that we.
here's what I've got. Correct me if I'm wrong. Here's what I've got. For every concrete object, if it has a sufficient and originating cause, it will have an originating material cause. And
Okay,
sufficient material
Not
cause.
exactly. It's like this. For every concrete object,
Mhm.
if it has an originating and sustaining efficient cause, it would also have an originating and sustaining material cause. Does
So
that
for
make
every
sense?
concrete object, if it has an originating, sorry, what was the rest?
And sustaining efficient cause.
Good job. It will also have an originating and sustaining material cause. It's a very simple, it's just hard to articulate.
Cause. Then it
GP.
will also, one sec, thank you. Also have, so for every concrete object, if it has an originating, sustaining effective cause, then it will also have what?
An originating and sustaining
originating
efficient,
and sustaining
sufficient cause.
You both talked at
right?
once.
Material cause.
You both talked at
One
once.
more time. For every concrete object,
No, just the
if
last
it
part.
if it has an originating and sustaining efficient cause, it would have an originating and sustaining material cause.
And sustaining material.
Just repeat the first portion and instead of
cause.
efficient cause, say material cause.
So for every concrete object, if it has an originating, sustaining efficient cause, then it also has an originating, sustaining material cause.
Or sustaining, but
I got it.
okay, yeah.
Okay, so what is premise 2?
Then premise 2, classical theism posits that the universe had a efficient originating, sustaining, efficient cause, but not an originating, sustaining material cause. Therefore, it's false.
So
Because
slow
both
down. I'm
premises-
trying to get this all down, man. Classical theism posits the universe.
Had an originating, sustaining, efficient cause, but no originating, sustaining material cause.
Efficient.
It created ex
cause,
nihilo, essentially.
but no originating, sustaining material cause.
Classical theism essentially is positing that God created the universe out of no prior materials. He just poofed it into
Well,
existence.
hold on, I'm still trying to get you damn like, I keep getting it. You're saying a lot of things, and then you talk, and then I get lost. So,
I'm sorry.
classical theism
I don't
posits the
understand.
universe had no originating, sustained, efficient cause, but
Yeah.
the universe
sorry.
had
Yeah, it had
I'm
an
about to quit
originating,
at this point just because I'm just trying to get the
I'm sorry.
syllogism down.
I'm sorry, I'm just going to mute.
So classical theism
No, we
posits.
can't.
Holy for flying!
Is there a delay?
And now my computer froze.
Is there a delay?
You guys are frozen.
I'm frozen
Yeah, I
too.
think he's frozen.
We're both frozen. Can you
Dang.
hear me?
Not you, sorry, not you. You're just standing way too still.
I'm frozen.
We can hear you. Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, but you get. Oh my god! Of course. See, I'm telling you.
Yeah,
I'm telling you,
I
there's-
already see where I'm going to deny P1.
There we go. I'm back. Okay. I still haven't even gotten to
So
the
you
whole
can-
premise down though. So okay, classical theism posits the universe had an originating sufficient effect. Oh, sorry. What was it again?
So here it is.
Oh,
I have
okay,
this.
P1.
For every
Not
Let me
P1.
repeat it. I'm just gonna relax, bro. It's just two premises. It's just a syllogism.
I know, but I'm just trying to get the two premises
sorry.
down. But you guys talk over each other, and then
sorry.
you go too fast. And I'm just trying to get it down, so make sure I get it correct, so I'm not misrepresenting
Okay.
your argument.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Makes sense.
Okay, so I'm
Okay,
pretty
repeat it.
sure I have premise 1 down. For every concrete object, if it has an originating, sustaining, efficient cause, then it'll also have originating and sustaining material clause. Is that right?
Okay.
Okay. What's
Not
premise?
and, but or, but it's pretty similar. We can just fix that
John,
later on.
John, do you have
No.
it typed out?
Yeah, I've got it. For every concrete object.
No, you have
if
it
has
typed
an
out, not written.
originating-
Do you have it typed out?
Yeah.
Okay, copy and paste it and send it to me.
Okay.
It's just
Well, I
Philip-
need P2.
Philippe
I need
Leon's
P2.
argument.
Yeah, I just need
P2.
P2.
Okay. P2 just says that classical theism posits that the universe had an originating and sustaining efficient cause, but no originating, sustaining material cause.
I'm just gonna wait for John to copy
So
and
just
paste
like-
it, send it to me.
So it pauses what P1 affirms.
1 second.
So it rejects what P1 affirms. And if P1
Classical
is true, P2
theism
cannot be true,
posits
whatever
the
is false.
yeah. Classical theism posits the universe had an originating and sustaining an efficient cause, but no sustaining and what was that last part?
Originating and sustaining material cause. No originating and sustaining material cause.
Okay.
How have you guys not heard about this argument? I'm surprised.
Just haven't heard it. I might have heard a variation of it, but I haven't heard it using this exact phrase.
It also seems to be very
Mhm.
specific towards classical theism, so I don't know how this goes against my claim here.
Well, if you reject some of its premises, you're going to introduce issues against other forms of theism as well. But don't worry about it. We can.
Okay, so classical
get to that
theism.
later.
So what's the conclusion?
Yeah. So classical theism is false.
Okay, can you copy that and
Okay.
send it to me?
Yeah,
John?
I'm copying. Yep, copying, pasting.
No, the argument is obviously formally invalid, but it's logically valid. I do not have it
Yeah.
formalized.
Yeah, I can see that.
Okay.
I'm not gonna harp on that.
I am.
Cool. Okay, so do we reject any of the premises?
I still gotta see it. Hold on.
Do you
Okay.
understand the premises?
Yeah, I reject P1.
Yeah, so essentially there's multiple motivations for P1. First form of motivation is going
Well,
to be an
here, let
evidentialistic
him read
approach.
it. Let him read it first before we get into it. That way we can just all be on the same page.
Okay, good.
For every concrete
Mhm.
object, so this would be like me,
Mhm.
if it has an originating and sustaining efficient cause, so this would be the argument for motion, correct?
No, I'm not sure. The argument for motion is just
Or are
arguing
you just saying PSR?
from
No, he's just
potentiality to actuality. This is just
Yeah.
irrelevant.
Okay, so you're
Yeah.
just talking PSR when you say that. If it has an originating, sustaining, efficient cause.
No, it's not PSR.
Okay, so then how can
So
you?
PSR just says that there's an explanation for its
Yeah,
existence.
I know.
This
If
is- there
it's
is
not,
a
I know.
cause's existence.
Hold on, I know what PSR
Okay.
is. Just tell me what this is then. If it has an originating and sustaining efficient cause.
Mhm. Yeah, so what P1 is saying is that if
Not
something
not
came into
P1,
being-
not P1. You're very excited, man. Listen, it's a new argument
Okay,
for us.
sorry.
We got to learn it first. So just the
What are
part.
you asking?
If it has an originating and sustaining efficient cause, just that part.
Oh, okay. So when it says originating, it's just talking about the similar to like accidental or per accidents causation. So something that brings it into being.
yep, just a cause.
Just a cause. Okay.
Yeah. Meanwhile,
Uh,
sustaining is just
and
in reference to
sus-
those whose cause is in reference to those that keep it into being, like per se causation. Are you familiar with the per se causation? Like for
Well,
example,
Yeah.
uh,
Yeah,
Let-
you're
let me
you're
just explain
talking.
the
You're
distinction.
basically talking about. Yeah, you're talking about the instance in which classical theism says that God is sustaining all of creation actively in some sense.
good,
Right.
correct. So yeah, so God
Yeah.
didn't just like bring the universe into existence and then stop existing. He continues to exist and sustain the universe, essentially.
Yeah, his existence is what
Yeah.
sustains the universe, essentially.
Yeah. So the difference
I
difference
understand.
between per accidents and per se causation. Per accidents, you do an action, and then per accidents, regardless of whether that action continues or not, the effect will continue on. Meanwhile, per se
Yeah.
causation, the effect continues on simultaneously with the cause. So
Yep.
it's just in cases. So just in two different cases, we're just trying to be inclusive in the premise. But yeah. Any
Yeah.
other question?
So P1, like unless you want to keep going, I can just attack P1 instantaneously.
Okay. Why do you think P1 is false?
Yeah, P1 is false because it will have an originating, sustaining material cause. That's actually begging the question.
I would actually agree with that too.
Why is it begging the
So-
question?
Yeah. So the reason it's begging the question. So if you're trying to make an argument as to why theism is false or why classical theism is false, and you instantiate something within your first premise that actually already is going to it's going to include your conclusion.
I
So
know
your
what begging the
first
question is. I'm
premise-
asking why is it begging the question?
Because you're presupposing the
Yeah, yeah.
material cause.
How am I
Yeah.
doing?
So
wait,
why
what?
is it the case?
I'm not
Yeah, so
presupposing.
you say
I'm not
No,
sure
no,
you understand what a
no, no,
material.
Hold on,
cause
John.
is.
Let
No,
him.
no,
Let him.
listen,
Let him.
listen.
Let him. Hold on, John. Let him try to clarify. So
Okay.
clarify
So
how you're
when I'm
using
saying
material cause here.
Yeah, so when I'm saying material and cause, I'm just saying that there is some substance to that thing that is being created, not just that is literally composed out of matter. You get that?
Yeah. So, but substance. So in that case, it's a
Okay.
substance. Classical
Some,
theism.
some
God,
material that is
Yeah.
being composed.
well,
of.
hold on. Is it material or substance?
Yeah.
Those are two different things.
Yeah, this is what matters. Because are you using
Well-
material as in some sort
Mhm.
of like in the same sense you used it prior? Are you using material in the same sense as concrete?
Mm, what? I don't think that question is relevant.
No, it's relevant. How are you using the word
Well,
material?
I'm saying
Yeah,
that if something is concrete and it has an
how-
efficient cause, it will also have
But how are
some
no,
material that it
just
came out of.
answer how are you using the word
Mhm.
material?
Material is in prior stuff from which it came from.
So are you using
You
it like
understand?
in the classical term of substance? Because if that's the case, God has substance.
No, just the definition I offered you, nothing more. I do not want to commit to anything else. Just the prior stuff it originated from.
So that's a material object then.
Okay, so
Not
you would
necessarily.
classify that God is a material object in your first premise.
No, I wouldn't classify God as a material object.
Then why then okay, if so
No, listen.
if
Hold on,
if-
John.
well, let me
Hold on,
let me
John. Let
steelman
him.
you.
Let
Let me
him.
steelman.
Hold on. I just want to hear what he has to say.
Okay. So material causation is just in reference to the stuff that composes something. What it is
Okay,
made
but
out of.
stuff and material. It seems
Yes.
synonymous. What does that mean?
Excuse me?
You're just like you say. It's material is the stuff it's made out of. Stuff and material seem synonymous.
Material, in the sense that you seem to be implying and using it, is just in reference to like matter, like atoms, electrons. That's not necessarily the case. Space and time is not out of matter and electrons, but it also has prior material, you can say, or stuff that it's made out of.
So what is it?
Correct.
What are you saying when you say stuff and material?
Well, whatever the thing in question is made out of, in space and time, for example. Right.
Okay, but
There's no
that's-
specific answer to this question. You're trying to get you're asking me to give you like
No,
a
that's
concrete
it's just
example,
not it
and obviously the
no,
example I'm
it's
going to
just
give
not
you.
it's just not descriptive. So here's how I read your first premise.
What?
Okay, just here.
Well, why would I care about
Let me-
it being
let me-
descriptive? I'm giving you the.
Let John speak
the-
now. I let you speak.
Analytics.
Let John speak.
let me
Okay.
explain this. Okay.
Mhm.
For every concrete object, right? It has an originating, sustaining, efficient cause. It will
Mhm.
have, right?
Mhm.
This is you're using like by necessity. It's going
Yes.
to entail this. It will
It
have
has.
an
It has,
originating.
but whatever.
Okay, it has an originating and sustaining material cause, right? A
Yep.
theist is going to hold that God is like metaphysically immaterial, not material,
Yes.
right? So
Yes.
in this
theist
instance
is
where
also
you're
gonna
using
hold
sys-
Let
One
John
second,
speak,
let me
please.
finish,
Let
let
John
me
speak,
finish.
please.
Let me
Okay.
finish.
Mhm.
So in this instance where you're saying an originating, sustaining material cause, if I am a theist and I hold to an immaterial being, and I'm seeing
Mhm.
in the first premise a material cause, then an immaterial
Okay.
cause, then I have no reason to accept P1 because immaterial
Okay,
and
this is so dumb.
material
Can I
are
respond? Okay.
yeah.
Okay,
please.
so the premise one is
And if you get
exclusively referring
hyped
to
with me,
concrete
I'll get hyped
objects.
back.
Do you think? Wait. Premise one is exclusively referring to concrete objects. Do you think that God is a concrete object?
Yeah.
So
Yes. Do you know what it means to be
wait a
concrete?
second. Wait a second. No.
Because that's
I'm not.
contradictory.
I'm not saying.
So
no.
so
Listen,
how?
I'm not
how
saying it's
hold on.
concrete.
Just hold on.
You
hold
no
on.
wait. He just said
Oh my
yes. That God is concrete. Can he just define what he means by concrete?
I'm going to ask you how you're using concrete.
No, you just said yes. He is concrete. So please,
Yeah.
how
So
do you understand? when you answer-
non-abstract.
Wait. When you answered that question, you said yeah. So you had a
Yes,
meaning of concrete in your
non-abstract.
mind. What? Non-abstract.
Yes.
Wait. So God is non-abstract.
Yeah. He's not just mind. He's not a mind-dependent being.
Hmm. Okay, I can live with that. Yeah, sure. That's good. Okay,
Yeah,
so
that-
because
that's
usually
all I-
when we're
that's all
talking
I am
about
Yeah,
saying it.
but here's
Okay,
the
yeah,
thing.
good.
You said my response was dumb, but I don't even think you
Yes.
understand your own premise. Because when you say for
Yeah, I
every
absolutely understand it.
concrete object, no, listen. When you say for every
Therefore, not God.
concrete
So God is not
object,
presupposed to
wait a
be
second.
to have a
Wait a
material
second.
cause in the
Shut up.
first premise.
Shut up.
Okay. I'm going to
When
start
you
with both of you
say-
guys. I'm going to start doing times. Like so. John speak and then.
Just open your ears, not your mouth. So when you say for every concrete object, it has an originating, sustaining, efficient cause. You're talking about the
Mhm.
object itself. The moment you say it will have an originating, sustaining material cause, you're no longer talking about the concrete object itself. Now you're talking about something that is producing the concrete object. You're talking that the cause of this concrete object, or any concrete object, is caused by something external to itself. So no, when
Mhm.
I said that you are using material there, right, and that's going to be completely
Yeah,
separate
you're
from how we
confused.
would use material. No, listen. Is the material there descriptive of the concrete object, or is it something outside of the concrete object?
The question is just irrelevant. So what I'm going to explain
No, I'm going to
actually.
ask the question again, and you're going to answer the question whether you think it's
No, you're
relevant
going to
or
actually
not.
justify why the question is relevant.
You're going
That's
to
what you're gonna do.
answer my question whether or not the
No, you're going to
concrete
justify why it's
object
relevant. Otherwise, I don't feel
is
obligated to answer it.
itself. No, you will feel obligated to answer it because you're on our panel.
Absolutely
That's
not.
really
I have no
simple.
discourse
If you don't
obligation
answer,
to
if
answer
you don't
if
answer
it fails to have
questions,
any relevance.
I don't
If
care
I asked
if
you
I
why,
ask
why,
you
why
the
wouldn't
color
you
of
ask
the
the
Okay, so
tax of the day? That's
both you
a
guys,
relevant
both you guys, real quick. Here's the thing. We're hung up on
question. If I asked
the.
you like Star Wars, is
We're
that
hung
relevant
up.
to the conversation?
So,
No.
okay, listen. I'm about to help you out, so shut up. So we're all hung up on the second part of the first premise, right? We're getting lost on the semantics of what it means when we're saying sustaining material cause. We need to define that. We need to figure out exactly what that
Oh my
means,
God.
because from our
Yes,
current.
absolutely, I
Hold
can.
on. Shut up for a
I
second. Let
already
me
did.
finish. Let me
You guys are not
finish.
tracking. Okay.
Listen, man. I'm really trying to like offer a platform, allow
Okay,
for
but
a
can you answer
conversation
yes or
with
no?
you.
Did I already define what I mean by material cause? Can you answer yes or no?
No. I do not feel
Absolutely
like I do
did.
not
I
feel
said-
like the definition was fully exhausted.
Okay, wait.
Now,
Here, you want to do
so
it again?
hold-
I'll
no,
type-
listen,
I'll type
listen.
it down
Okay,
and
here's
I'll
what's
hold
gonna happen. I'm gonna finish my sentence, or gonna move on, because I'm like, dude, you're both. Like, I don't know why this guy here. You're being
Oh my
super
God.
hostile when I'm trying
Go
to give
on
you a
with your
platform to give your
objection. Go
argument.
ahead. What do you want to know?
All right. So from our current understanding on how this definition is being used for sustaining material cause, we can deny premise one. Can you give us an argument why we can't deny premise one?
Yeah, sure. So for everything that comes into being that we observe empirically, so that's going to be empirical justification. There's going to be empirically frequent. Literally everything that we empirically observe only confirms, that does not contradict or violate or is incompatible with the statement, meaning that there's some form of empirical justification for it, meaning that everything that had a beginning began from prior pre-existing things. Like, for example, a statue came into being from a stone which was carved, right? The efficient cause is the one who carved the stone, so the sculptist. The material cause is going to be the stone from which it came from. Right now, when I say that a concrete object is going to have a material cause, I'm not saying that the cause of the universe is material. I'm saying that the matter in which the universe came from, or the things with which the universe is composed of, was from pre-existing material, right? Not that the God is that said material, that from the universe, which from the universe arise from. You
Okay,
understand that?
okay.
So hold on, just to make sure that I'm tracking. You're basically saying that all the empirical evidence points to the fact that everything that has come into existence, that has been caused, has some sort of material effect before it.
Yeah, everything has an efficient cause, so it
So
had
there's some material effect. Great.
Also had some prior
Great.
material
So all
from
the
which it came.
so all the empirical.
It didn't just poof into existence.
Yes, I got you. So all the empirical evidence shows some sort of material cause for everything that exists. How are we defining that word material?
Prior things and stuff from which it is made out of.
That just seems synonymous.
Of course, it is synonymous.
Like
The
for
definition.
example, when we're using the word material,
What?
does that mean it exists metaphysically? That it has substance? Not substance, that has matter? Does that mean it has matter?
We're talking about concrete objects. Do you think concrete objects don't exist? Obviously, they're going to exist. So
I
we're talking about material that exists.
corrected myself in my language.
Oh,
'Cause
okay,
I realized,
sorry.
yeah.
I'm
So
sorry.
do you think it has matter?
Depends on what object we're talking about. If we're talking about space and time, it doesn't necessarily have it's composed out of matter.
So if we're so you're saying space and time is material?
It's concrete. My
But
God,
is it
how are you not tracking
material?
this? No, it's concrete.
Okay, so then
I think you can infer
why
that
are
saying
you
no from when I say
okay?
concrete.
So then why are you bringing up space and time when I'm trying to get the exhaustive definition of how you're using the word material?
Because you asked me, is it material? I said no, it's concrete. And when I bring it up as an example,
No,
of something
before
that's not made out of matter or-
before that, I asked you, Is material
Mhm.
here? Does it have matter? You said no, like space and time doesn't have matter. Then I asked you if space and time is material, and you said no. So why are you using space and time when I'm trying to get the exhaustive definition of material?
Right, because the exhaustive definition of material includes, it does not permit the exclusion of things which are not made out of atoms or electrons. So I gave an example.
Sure. So what is the exhaustive
that
definition of material?
things, prior stuff and things which it is made out of.
Stuff
you failing
and
to
things.
understand it is
That's
not my
not
issue.
that
Oh
is
my
that's
God.
synonymous with material.
Yeah,
Stuff
it
and
obviously is.
things.
It's analytically true. It's the very definition of the term I'm using.
Sure,
So
but
obviously it's gonna
that
be
doesn't give me an exhaustive definition to run with, does it?
Okay.
Define exhaustive
so
definition.
Go ahead, John.
I really want to eat this argument up. So material, prior stuff and things
eating
which
shit, bro.
it
I'm
is
sorry.
made out of. So here's what I want you to do. I want you to give me the P and not P proposition and its negation of creation ex nihilo, to which we would say an immaterial being that possesses unbound power or the power granting set of all abilities with no liabilities could bring into existence. Because here's your argument. Your argument functionally is to say that creatio ex nihilo has some sort of logical contradiction because out of nothing.
No, that's not my
You're
position. Oh
saying
no,
there
my
has to
position
be.
is to
Wait,
say
one second.
that.
One second. I'm not done speaking.
Sorry.
I'll talk after.
Go ahead.
So what you're effectively saying is that anything that comes into existence as a concrete object, as a material object, as a physical object, it has to have a type of material antecedent. It has to have a material antecedent. And by material, you mean prior stuff and things which it is made out of. So what you are functionally saying is that there is a logical contradiction with creatio ex nihilo. What is that contradiction, proposition, its negation, please? You may go now.
No, I'm not necessarily saying that there's a logical contradiction. I'm providing the motivations for that. Now, the motivations are not exclusive to really just demonstrate that there's some logical contradiction. I can demonstrate it's metaphysically impossible given the data that we have, given the empirical justification, given the inductive justification, and even more problematically, if you do reject, or I can give you another form of justification, which is going to be the weak PMC, the weak principle of material causality, which if it is possible for God, for something to come out of nothing, which is logically possible. It's not contradictory. If it is possible for something to not come out of nothing, so for everything to have prior pre-existing materials, for everything to have a material cause, right? Then there is one possible world where God did not create ex nihilo. However, that is impossible for a necessary God, which has to be true for all possible worlds. So if there's one possible world where classical theism, which is God created the universe ex nihilo, is false, then there's no world like a necessary being that creates ex nihilo exists.
Okay, so let me offer this for P1 though. If you cannot offer a proposition and its negation for creatio and ex nihilo, then P1 does beg the question.
Okay, relax. Okay, wait a second.
What do you mean relax?
If the reason, wait. So if the reason for rejecting P1 is that there is no logical contradiction, then here's the problem. When we say that something can the other principle, ex nihilo nihil fit, which now there is no efficient cause implied within that principle, which is from nothing comes, then there is possible for the universe to come out of literal fucking nothing, meaning no cause. No efficient cause, because it is logically possible, because we can think of it and conceive of it without any contradiction. So
wait, you
if
didn't
that is
address
the
how it
standard
begs
for me
the
to
question.
deny, wait. So if there,
you have to show me how it's not begging the question.
But relax.
It feels like a red herring.
Wait, what?
You have to
How is
show
that
me
red
how it's
herring?
not begging the. Show me how it's not begging.
You
the
made the
question.
claim that it's begging
That's
the
what I'm
question.
asking.
You have to demonstrate that it's begging the question. What?
Yeah, it's begging the question. And I said
What's the
this
justification
before.
for that?
I will say it again.
What's the justification for that?
For every concrete object, it has an originating and sustaining efficient cause. That's talking about the object itself, anything that is material, anything that is concrete, that has some sort of prior antecedent. Your position is that the prior antecedent must come from prior stuff and things, right? That's what antecedent means. The antecedent of stuff and things which it is made out of. Right?
Correct.
But if I am positing as a theist that there was no stuff that it was made out of, there is no prior stuff, there is no prior.
I get it. This is just a dumber argument. Okay, I get it.
One second.
I get it. How you think it's
Wait, no. I'm not done.
I get it.
Metaphysical being that is
Mhm.
omnipotent can produce creatio ex nihilo, let me ask you, is that coming from prior stuff?
Obviously not. Creation
Okay,
ex nihilo
then
means that there is an
then
efficient
P1
Mhm.
doesn't actually address the classical theist position. P1 begs the question against the classical theist
Relax.
position.
Okay, I can explain this. Okay, yeah, sure. So I can see what your point is. So you're saying that P1 affirms that creation ex nihilo is impossible, which is affirming that theism, classical theism, is false, which is the conclusion, correct?
Yeah, you're including your conclusion within
Yeah,
P1
beautiful,
because
okay.
P1 doesn't
So now
allow
you're confused
for
on what begging the
classical
question
theist
is.
position.
Okay, so now you're confused on what begging the
No.
question is, because begging the question is actually in reference to the support structure of the argument. So is the independent, rather I provide independent reasons for believing P, the first premise. Because I can say, for example, that a dog, or I can say, for example, that a bachelor, someone is a bachelor if he's unmarried, he's unmarried, therefore he's a bachelor. Now the argument obviously begs the question, are you under your standard? But that's actually not begging the question, because the reasons I can provide for justifying why he's not unmarried can be independent of whether he's a bachelor or not, right? So it is rather the support structure justification you give for the premise, rather that justification presupposes the conclusion, not rather the premise itself presupposes the conclusion. You're just confused. So, for example, when I say that P1, wait, relax, I'm not done. So when I say that P1, for example,
okay, go ahead.
When I'm saying in P1 that at creation ex nihilo, essentially, that's what I'm saying, is impossible or improbable or unjustifiable, right? Therefore, that's identical to saying, or not identical, but that can entail, obviously, that classical theism, by definition, is not possible, because classical theism posits creation ex nihilo.
Why can't I just
However, I can justify that. I can justify that without affirming that the creation ex nihilo is impossible. I can justify that with independent reasons like empirical justification. You're just not tracking. You do not know what begging the question is.
Does P1 allow for creatio ex nihilo? Yes or no?
Irrelevant question. Did you track what I just said?
Does P1 allow for? Does P1 allow?
I'm not going to answer the question. Why is it relevant?
No?
Did you track what I just said?
So here's the thing. Here's the thing. It seems like your premise one, premise two, and conclusion all are just stating that ex nihilo creation cannot happen.
What? No. Premise two is saying that a classical theism posits creation ex nihilo. It's not saying that it doesn't happen. What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah,
creation,
fair. That's fair. That's
one.
fair. That's fair. Your premise one
Okay,
says creation ex nihilo cannot happen.
Right.
Premise two says classical theism has creation ex nihilo. Conclusion
right.
is.
So you do realize
hold on. Still speaking.
Okay.
Still speaking.
Sure,
right. Right. I've really let both you guys speak.
You didn't track my conversation. Okay, sure.
Dude, we can listen. We can have a civil conversation. We can move forward.
I'm gonna mute.
But you're an actual asshole. So please just shut up and let me finish. All right.
I don't want to be civil. He's stupid.
All right. So, premise one.
Well, it's coming from someone who doesn't know what begging the question is.
I appreciate your time, man. God bless.
That was my fault. I interrupted him. He can keep going.
Well, is he going to shut up?
No, please. We're not done.
Yeah, I'm the one. Listen, I called him stupid. I would hope he would reply honestly. Go ahead.
Premise one is basically just saying you cannot create ex nihilo. Premise two is saying that classical theism creates ex nihilo. Then the conclusion is just pretty much saying you cannot create ex nihilo. It seems like on the surface that it is begging the question.
Correct. On the surface, it does seem like. But wait, are you familiar with the idea that begging the question is not a formal fallacy, meaning that you cannot infer whether the argument is begging the question based on its form or not?
So I'm not attacking the form of the argument. I'm just attacking the first premise and how it already has your conclusion baked into it. Wait, one second. I'm attacking your first premise because it already has its conclusion baked into it, because it does not allow for something that the position substantiates. So please answer this question that I asked you before. 1 second. Just please answer this question. Does P1 allow for creatio ex nihilo from
I answered this
position?
P1
no, it does not allow for it, right?
Rejects the idea. Yep.
Exactly.
Yeah, P1 outright rejects the idea.
Yeah, so if P1 already rejects the idea, then you're including the conclusion in your first premise.
Well, absolutely. Okay. How is that problematic if I can present independent reasons to justify the P1 is true?
Then we need a syllogism.
I gave you an example, right? Hold on.
I'm going to let you. I promise I'm going to let you speak.
Can I just give you just one more?
I'm going to let you speak. I promise I'm going to give you the floor.
Okay.
So we need an actual syllogism then, an argument for P1 before we can move on from P1 to the conclusion.
I gave you the argument.
Okay, so what's the argument for P1?
Yeah, P1, the justification, the motivation to believe
slow
it.
Down, slow down, because your argument is that we're not tracking. So pretend we're 5, slow down, and explain it to us like we're 5.
Okay. Yeah, so there's multiple motivations. One of them is that empirical observations only help to confirm it. None of them actually are incompatible with it or unexpected with it in its premises or hypotheses, right? So they only substantiate the claim empirically. So there's one form of justification for you there. Second form of justification.
Let's hit one justification at a time. One justification at a time. Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Justification one. P1 is going off of some probabilistic assessment of empirical verifiability, right? Okay. So within that empirical verifiability, right? Even if I just granted that and I say, okay, yeah, when we're looking at it empirically, it seems to be the case that all of the concrete objects, all the contingent objects come from some like material instantiation. But that does not speak. That's speaking to particulars. It's not speaking to the universal. It's not speaking to the totality of which those things exist. I can say of my hat, it's a concrete object, right? It's a material object. It has a prior antecedent. That prior antecedent that brings it into existence, right?
Correct.
But if I'm talking about the set, of all material existence, then why should I accept that should be qualified empirically?
Wait. What? You said that you grant that it's qualified empirically, but you don't grant that it's qualified empirically?
No. I grant that it's qualified empirically on individual instances of concrete objects, right? But why should I take it to be the case?
Do you understand what induction is?
One second.
That's the whole point, just drawing generalized propositions from particular examples.
I understand what induction. Yes, I understand what induction is.
Okay, yeah. So then you aren't undermining inductive inferences.
No, I'm not undermining inductive inference. All I'm asking is on P1, why should I accept that it is the case, right? Why would any theist accept P1 if they think that upon looking at like concrete objects, we don't believe that it comes into existence?
So I know
using material.
I know as soon as I say this, you're going to crash out and start laughing. I'm perfectly fine with that. I'm okay with looking like a fool. Just out of curiosity, I put it into ChatGPT to see if it has validity and sound, right? It is, according to ChatGPT. And again, I know ChatGPT can be wrong very often at the time, right? Yes. We can argue that. That's perfectly fine. But it seems to be correlating, and I can show it to you guys, to exactly what John is saying, right? That it is valid, but the problem is in premise 1. It's the presupposition that there is material objects. It also denies certain specific views that are metaphysical views: Platonists, substance dualists, Leibniz, I don't know what that is, and then classical theists. And then when I just straight up ask it, is it begging the question? Short answer, yes. Is statistical interpretation of P1 does beg the question against classical theism, not necessarily logically, but dialectically, it assumes a very classical theism denies. Now, again, I 100% know that this can be wrong.
Yeah, this doesn't attack the objection I gave, though, right? You do realize that the support structure of the argument that for P1 is independent and it's not begging the question.
Sorry, say that again, but slower.
Yeah. So are you literally going to ask ChatGPT right now? I'm not about to debate ChatGPT.
No. I'm not pulling things from ChatGPT and making arguments. Every argument I made was for myself. Every argument that John made for himself. Yeah. For fuck's sakes, dude, you need to let people speak. Every argument that I made was from myself. Every argument that John made from himself. While you guys were arguing about the structure and the form and the circular reasoning, I was just curious. So I put it in there, and this is just the conclusion that it came from. I'm just being honest, and I'm just showing you it came from ChatGPT, because I'm not going to sit here and try to pull arguments and say it was from me. I'm not going to pump it into ChatGPT and then argue with the ChatGPT on you with it. Okay, I'm just saying.
Then why did you do all of this? Is it irrelevant?
I didn't say it was irrelevant.
It is irrelevant because I attacked this exact point.
Yeah, but
What?
here's the problem. If you want your premise to run on
God.
an inductive inference, then you have to
Uh-huh.
make the premise inductive. The premise right now, and I've typed it
That's what
out
you're
and I've
talking
said it 4 times, it's not
Mhm.
inductive.
Okay,
The
now let me
premise is not
ask you this
inductive
because
in
you
any
promised me
sense.
that you will allow
Wait,
me to
just
give you the example, right? So I gave you this
okay.
example
Yes,
previously.
but
So let's say
really
we have
quick.
the argument P1. Now listen to me. Listen to me. Now let's say
Go
we
ahead.
have the argument P1. X is unmarried, therefore X is a bachelor. X is unmarried, therefore X is a bachelor. Is this formally valid?
We have to we have to agree on the word bachelor. Right?
Oh my God, the standard definition that someone who's unmarried, Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, that's
My
fine.
God,
It's the
I'm not, and I'm even an atheist. I'm saying Jesus
We're
fucking
taking
Christ.
we're taking the semantics. Yes.
Right.
Go ahead.
Yes. If we all agree on the aspects of bachelor, then yeah,
Being overly
perfect.
pedantic
All right. I
fucking
appreciate your
argument.
time. God bless, man. Appreciate you.
Okay, bro.
Anyway, yeah, what I was saying, his P1 is not an inductive premise at all. So for every concrete object, that's exhaustive language, if it has an originating and sustaining efficient cause, it has it has an originating or sustaining material
Convenient
cause.
donation to kick and take the blame for, open to discretion, also new modem.
You would have been kicked anyways. You would have been voted off the island.
Yeah. So anyway, for every concrete
hold on.
object that's exhaustive,
Hold on. I need to say something because he kept cutting me off on the bachelor thing, right? We all agree. Listen, chat. We all agree what a bachelor is. My point is that syllogism only works on the preconceived notion that we all agree what bachelor is. The problem with his syllogism is we didn't all agree on the preconceived notion of the material. That was the issue. That's the point I was trying to bring up. That's why it was circular. That's why I was begging the question. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, that's all I was saying. For every concrete object uses exhaustive language. If it has an originating, sustaining, efficient cause, it has an originating and sustaining material cause. It has is also objective. Or I'm sorry, it has is also exhaustive. Like it's being applied back to the concrete object. So you can literally word that premise this way. Every concrete object has a material cause. That's literally how you could word the premise, and that just begs the question.
I agree with you. Anyways, let's jump on to the next one. What I don't get is that could have been a great civil conversation where we explored it, but dude was a dick. I'm not going to get anyone connecting. There we go. G-Man, you don't have a mic again. You've come up most days and you don't have a mic. Oh, Bill's back. Hello, Bill. How are you? And just your age real again real quick.
Hey, good soon. Yeah, 42 next month.
All right, bro. Go ahead.
All right, so I'm going to move on to not the hiddenness issue. All right, I'm going to give you my premises, and we'll go from there. All right, so my first premise is people are not born knowing God.
I disagree with premise 1 already.
Okay, and why is that?
I have no reason to believe that's true.
All right, my source for that is from Cambridge Core.
Okay.
So they do an exhaustive, this is Cambridge, so it's educational. It's Cambridge. So they have a whole peer-reviewed study. I just chose this one about what babies know.
So if I show you a study, that says babies are preconceived to know God, is that just gonna? Can we just say I appeal to that and you appeal to this, and then we're stuck in the middle? Because I have a study that says that.
Sure, I think we know which studies are reliable. I don't think we. If you want to show me what study you're talking about,
this is just an appeal to authority fallacy. Like make the argument.
I mean, you can say that, but I mean, studies are what they are. Like, we trust them because they're from.
I actually don't trust studies. I think a lot of studies come with biases and have a lot of issues. I think the majority of studies have a lot of problems in them, even ones I agree with.
Okay, so how let's address premise one then. So, what do you believe, or what ideas do you have about what babies know when they're born?
I have no idea towards it, but you're asking me to make a positive claim. I'm agnostic in the position.
Okay, would you say it's reasonable to assume that babies aren't known with knowledge, but they probably have reflexes and biological, chemical, physiological structures that can help with just developing from that early stage?
Again, no, because I have no reason to make any accusations towards a baby's knowledge.
Okay, I'll just be forthright. In your opinion, what do babies know?
I don't know. I'm agnostic. I have I can't make a claim on an individual head state. And I'd say we have some evidence that some things are born with certain knowledges, like why turtles just seek out water right away and know where to go. There's a certain amount of knowledge there.
Yeah, but we're talking about human beings.
Yeah, that's completely irrelevant.
So the source that I'm using was 2.5 years ago. Would you agree that Cambridge is pretty reliable as an institution for what they put out?
So it depends on the thing that they're doing, right? Like if you're going to say, is Cambridge pretty reliable at fixing my car? I'd probably say no. And I already said that I don't really agree that studies are reliable in the first place. It depends on how the study is done in itself. But just a study says X doesn't mean anything to me.
Right. So this specific study has to do, and this is out of Cambridge, and we're talking about what babies know when they're born. This study
you keep just appealing to the study. Tell me how they figured it out.
I mean, how do you obtain any information if you want to go look up something and
But here's the issue. Here's the issue. You didn't read the study.
I have it right here in front of me.
Yeah, that's fine. You have it right in front of you, but you didn't read it because you weren't aware of it before. When you left, you went and looked it up. You found the study. You got the title of it. You maybe have read the abstract about it, and you brought it forward to me because you don't know how they came to their conclusions. If you read the study, you'd be able to give me at least a summary of how they came to those conclusions. You can't do it. You just keep saying they did a study.
I can confidently say, generally speaking, when babies are born, they do not have concrete knowledge.
Okay, great. How do you know that? What's your justification for that? Or are you just making it a base assumption again?
I don't know how we can be this pedantic about. Okay, so
God, I agree. What you are doing is pretty pedantic.
Sure. But and to be fair, I've talked to you a few times. I always enjoy talking to you. What I'm finding it hard to understand why we can't move on from premise one. It doesn't seem too far-fetched to just generally accept that newborn babies out of their mother's womb do not have conceptual knowledge of things.
Yeah, because it's very possible that if God exists, he gives us a preconceived notion to seek him out. For example, C.S. Lewis makes an argument about that we have this innate desire to seek out God. So as we have innate desire to seek out water, because water exists, we have innate desire to seek out God because God exists. I'm not saying it's a good argument, but I'm just saying you seem to have this presupposition that we're just born blank slates. It may not be the case. We may be born with innate values to love and seek out God. And that would actually be what you'd expect to see if God existed.
So my answer to that would be, we actually have human babies, and we see a lot of them all the time. We can test them. And you're correct, while I didn't read the full study, I can't go to God and study God.
Completely irrelevant to your argument. Your premise one starts on the fact that they have no knowledge.
I'm just responding to what you said.
Sure.
Like you were framing it with God. We can't test for God, but we can test the babies. And the general consensus, all the consensus that I've seen, is that babies don't have concrete knowledge.
So So if a baby is born but has a concrete knowledge of God, but does not have a concrete knowledge of communication, how would we know if they knew about God?
Say that one more time.
If a baby was born with a concrete knowledge of God's existence, but does not have a concrete knowledge of communication, how would we know if that baby had a concrete knowledge of God?
I mean, it's hard for me to answer that question if I'm being honest with you, because we don't see anything that says when human babies are born, they have knowledge about anything.
I think
just
we do.
can't
I
answer
think
the
we do.
question.
I like the turtles. We see turtles have this innate knowledge to just look for water.
Again, to be fair, turtles aren't us.
That's completely
It's a
irrelevant.
whole
It's still
different-
it's still a living organism. All I have to do is show you a logical possibility that it can happen. Right? We have a living organism that is born with a knowledge of something. It seems to be it has a knowledge of something. Now you're arguing that this, because it's a baby, does not have a knowledge of something. Why should I believe that?
I don't understand why. I don't understand what other position I could hold. Baby's in the womb for 9 months. It obviously experiences what the mother goes through, but we don't have communication coming out of the baby other than, like, we know for sure, right? Like, I don't know if you have children. I've had a couple. Like, they learn by putting their fingers in their mouth or things into their mouth.
Your argument isn't that babies have all knowledge of all things. Your argument is that babies have no knowledge of anything. What my position is agnosticism.
You were correct that, like, during the time we got disconnected, I spent time looking up what babies know. Like, I wanted to be responsible and come to you with the premises that could build into the conclusion. I was trying to do the right thing. And of all the hour and a half that I waited, I could not find a single reputable source. This is .org, .edu, .gov, whatever you want to use. I could not find anything that would reference babies knowing, like having absolute knowledge. Like, I just hoped you would grant me that, because I wanted to give you that respect.
Why would I grant you that, though?
Because I waited an hour and a half.
So I'm going to grant your primacy because you waited a while.
No, I want you to attempt to grant me that I actually took the effort to look into that. If I would have found something that said otherwise, I would have given both to you. But for an hour and a half, I searched for information across all spectrums. If you can find something, please. But I have yet to see anything out there that says babies are born with knowledge, especially God.
I know there was one paper that came out.
And even, let's say, even if it was a God while you're looking, we have to say which one at that point.
So Science Daily, humans are predisposed to believe in gods in the afterlife, from the University of Oxford. The summary: new research finds that humans have a natural tendencies to believe in gods in the afterlife. Research suggests that people across many different cultures instinctively believe that some part of the mind, soul, or spirit lives on after death. These studies demonstrate that people are natural dualists and finding it easy to conceive of the separation of the mind and body. This is a 3-year international research project directed by 2 academies of the University of Oxford. Finds that humans have natural tendencies to believe in gods and in the afterlife. The $1.9 million project involved 57 researchers who conducted over 40 separate studies in 20 countries, representing a diverse range of cultures. Their studies, both analytical and empirical, conclude that humans are predisposed to believe in gods and in the afterlife, and both theologically and atheism are reasoned responses in what is basic impulse of the human mind. The researcher points out the project was not setting out to prove the existence of God or otherwise, but sought out to find whether concepts such as gods and the afterlife appear to be entirely taught or basic expressions of human nature. The Cognitive Religion and Theology project, led by Dr. Justin Barrett from the Center of Anthropomorphology and the Mind at Oxford University, drew on research from a range of disciplines, including anthropomorphology, psychology, philosophy, and theology. They directed an international body of researchers conducting studies in studies in 20 different countries that represented both traditional, religious, and atheist societies. The findings are due to be published in 2 separate books by psychologist Dr. Barrett in Cognitive Science, Religion and Theology, and Born Believers, The Science of Childhood Religion. Project co-director Professor Roger Tigg from the Ramsey Center in Theology faculty at Oxford University has also written a forthcoming book applying the wider implications of the research issues on freedom of religion and equality, freedom of religion. There's a lot more to it, but yeah.
Yeah, I've actually just pulled that up too. Okay. All right, so we're at a standstill. Like I can't
that's
be
what I said.
consistent. And
That's what I said was going to
that's fair.
happen.
No,
yeah.
That's fair. So
There's a book.
let me just
There's a
look
book I
here.
read years ago. It was actually called Born Believers, and I think you would even have to agree with this premise that babies have a dispositional property towards belief in a God. So a dispositional property is going to just be a property that is represented by potentiality rather than like actuality. So the way you can understand a dispositional property, think of like a mirror that's hanging in your bathroom. That mirror, it is not broken, but it has the property of being able to break. So if you drop the mirror on a hard surface and it shatters, then that property is fulfilled, but it's called a dispositional property. So when we look at babies, we look at children, we look at anyone for that matter, humans have a dispositional property or a potentiality to believe in God. And I think that's just the easiest way to say it.
Geez.
So
like I was looking up the author for that. The author, and correct me if I'm wrong, Justin Barrett.
I
was
don't
the
remember.
author
I
of
read this
that.
book like 5 years ago. I don't remember.
No. The one that John cited, I believe that was Justin Barrett was the main author of that study. He's actually he's a Christian. One here.
Okay.
Apparently, there's a lot of skepticism that he
Sure.
basically
So
had
here's
bias
what
on.
I'm gonna do. Here's what I'm gonna do. Anybody who's an atheist, hold on. Anybody who's an atheist who brings up like a report or a study, I'm gonna throw it away because they're an atheist.
Well, the problem with the study that you said is there seems to be bias in that study, and Justin Barrett is a far right neo-Nazi political activist.
Do you think that atheists are gonna have biases to look for things that do not to conclude that there is no God?
Atheists who use the tool of science to find out how the natural world works do not use presuppositions.
Right. So you're just making this base assertion that every single Christian is going to be dishonest and lie in their studies.
I didn't say every single Christian. I said Justin Barrett, the one that you pulled, is a neo-Nazi who used bias in the study. I think most people would believe that the study.
Okay, even if he was a neo-Nazi, what's that have to do with the study?
Y'all might want to use the word schmatzi.
Schmatzi, yeah. Anyways,
sorry,
even if he is a neo-schmatzi, what does it have to do with the study?
Because the study.
What does
apparently
schmatziism
was-
have to do with like whether people have an innate ability to believe in God?
I typically am not going to believe something that comes out of the mouth of a professed.
So if he said 2 + 2 is
neo-Nazi.
4, are you going to say, yeah, that's wrong just because he's a schmatzi?
We don't need a person to know 2 + 2 is 4.
That's
an
not the question I
objective
asked
truth.
you.
It doesn't take anyone to tell me 2 + 2 is 4.
It's
We
still
know
not the
2
question
+
I
2
asked
is
you.
4.
Stop being dishonest.
If he were to say, sure, if he were to say 2 + 2 is 4, sure.
Yeah, so it doesn't matter what his freaking political values are.
How
It's
can you say
completely
that?
irrelevant. Why does it matter? Give me an actual reason why it matters.
Sure. If I have to choose what to say because I don't want you to get hit on your stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I'm at again a loss for words because the study you found, the person that wrote this paper.
Yeah,
is
you're just
completely
repeating the
different.
same thing. Give me a reason why that's problematic.
Listen, man, I was honest with you and admitted that I couldn't find something, and then you chose to go disprove me wrong. And the source that you found, this guy is a complete
I didn't
monster.
disprove you wrong. I said that there are studies to the contrary, and I don't find studies to be trustworthy in the first place because there's a lot of problems with them, like you're bringing up right now. You're saying there's a problem with the study because of his biasy, but you want to appeal the studies. So give me the issue with his specific biasy. He's a schmatzi. What does that have to do with this specific study?
Because in his paper, he is a Christian. So he wrote the paper with a bias. He was supporting his own worldview.
And an atheist writing a paper is going to do the same.
How?
Because they're going to be looking for things that are not of theism.
That's not how writing papers in the scientific world works.
Then
why do you think that's the way that a Christian writes? You see, you're making a
you're just
presumption
assuming
here.
all Christians
You're-
are liars.
Yeah, you're
So,
making
okay,
you're
let's
making
use
it.
the-
You're making wait
sure,
one
let's use
sec
the
one sec 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 one sec. You're
Sure,
making
go-
an assumption that because the origin of the paper is a Christian, therefore the paper is including the person's bias. But when we say, well, what if it's an atheist who's writing the paper, and we conclude that they're using their bias to write the paper, and then you say, no, 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 no. Atheists, they're super trustworthy. All they do is use the science. Where those pesky Christians, they're not actually doing the science. They're inserting their bias.
Me and John literally talked to an atheist the other day that, if given their way, would G-side every single Christian.
That's disgusting. I think Christians.
Yeah, we
have
asked them
amazing
we asked
things
them
to do.
flat out.
So my answer to your question is that I think it's, and I didn't know it was going to go this way, but we see a lot of quote unquote Christian scholars, especially creationalists, that get their PhD from farmed
Okay, so
institutions.
you know what? I'm sick of this argument. It's a stupid argument. I don't trust this guy because of his bias. Make the argument without appeals.
I think my argument is still valid here because the way you.
But what's the
were trying
argument?
to
Give me the
disprove
argument.
it,
What's the argument?
that babies are born not knowing.
Okay,
God.
prove that.
My study that I proved is
That's
more
an
reliable than-
appeal. Give me an evidence, not an
How
appeal.
is it an appeal?
You're just saying these guys said it's true. That's an appeal.
I'm not. It's not just me saying it. If you
Okay,
compare,
appreciate
two
your time.
papers,
God bless. Guys, Dono Bar is looking pretty hungry. You see the suffering that me and John are going through tonight? You see this? This is for your entertainment. For your entertainment. And all we ask is to be able to keep this channel running. This is not to buy a yacht, a jet, or a plane. This just keeps the channel going. That's all it is. That's all it is.
Previous guy made my blood pressure rise.
Hello.
Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I am 27. I'm doing wonderful this evening. I hope you gentlemen are as well.
I'm having a bad day, but maybe you'll make it better. There's no justification for atheism. Prove us wrong when a taco. Go ahead.
Okay, so I actually have a lot of questions about how we're framing this assertion. So first off, when you're saying, what are you conceptualizing, or what is your definition that you're using as a god?
A god would just be a being with unbound power.
A being with unbound power. Okay. So I would say that. Wait, but hold on. So you're saying. So yeah, so somebody could believe, for instance, that there is a creator of a universe, but that creator has bound power, and then that, by your definition, wouldn't be a god.
Yeah.
So then that would be a justification for atheism by your definition of what God is.
Yeah, if there's a being with bound power, then that means there's something that transcends that being. And so that thing that transcends that being would be God.
No, it would just be like for instance, let's say, for instance, I believe that the reason that the universe came into creation is because some guy named Jeff has like a computer and he like made our universe.
Mm-hmm.
Jeff can like only make our universe. He's not capable of doing like anything outside of that. He doesn't have like unlimited power, but he is capable of making our material reality.
Yep.
Most people, when they're talking about atheism, are saying, I don't believe that like a religious God with like you said, like unbound power.
I don't know what Jeff
created
has to,
the-
I don't know what Jeff has to do with it, because Jeff would also exist in a universe, and we need an explanation for that universe.
But God would also exist in the universe by your definition of
No.
what God is in your belief
unbound.
structure.
By saying God exists in the universe, he's bound.
Your God still has to exist in some plane or form.
Why?
Because to exist, you have to exist somewhere or in some sort. Like you can't just
Really?
you can't have a thing that does not exist.
Great. So where does red exist?
in your eye.
Red exists in my
Red is
eye.
a perception.
So we can remove
Yeah,
red
it's a
from my
perception
eye.
of light.
So if we remove the red from my eye, red ceases to exist.
If you are not capable of perceiving red, then you would not be able to perceive. Like, it's a wavelength of
Yeah,
light.
I wouldn't be able to perceive it, but that doesn't mean it ceases to exist. Where is redness? What time and space is redness located?
It is a wavelength of light.
That is where we get the color red from. What I'm talking about is redness.
Redness is a type, is a measurement of that wavelength.
Yeah, I don't think you understand what I'm saying. So there's the measurement of the
I do
wavelength.
understand what you're saying.
You don't, because you wouldn't be saying what you're saying if you understood what I was saying. The wavelength, the measurement of the wavelength, we can measure that. But the redness, what actually makes it red, the color red, the perception, the conceptual idea of redness, right? We cannot get that from measuring the wavelength. So where is redness?
I don't understand your question. It would be in your, like, if you're talking about what do we perceive to be red, that part would be our conscious experience of this wavelength.
No,
Through our, like,
so
Conan's receptors,
so
which is why, like,
so
if
do
you have certain cones that are damaged,
that's
you can't
fine.
perceive
That's
certain
fine. That's fine.
colors.
It's a conceptual thing. So where and when is it?
The experience of it is in your mind. It is part of your consciousness. Your
My
conscious
mind?
experience.
Just mine. So redness exists in John's mind.
The actual experience of the wavelength, yes.
No, red, again, not the wavelength, redness.
When you're talking about redness, you are describing your, like, the observer's experience of this wavelength.
Yes, redness. Where and when is it?
It is your conscious experience of that thing.
Okay, so if I cease to exist, redness ceases to exist.
Yes, the wavelength
So
would
all-
still be
all
there,
of
but
redness-
redness,
all
the
of redness
concept
is-
of redness would not be there.
So all
if there
of
were
red-
no observers, the concept of redness would not
So
exist.
all of redness is entailed on John's conscious experience.
On observer's experience, not just yours, but some type of observer. You would need some sort of observer to take this
John,
thing
maybe
from.
you can make it clearer than me. Go ahead.
No. So redness, would you agree redness is a universal?
No. Not because it wouldn't be universal, because let's say you had a colorblind person and you had
No,
a
that's not
person
what-
who
that's not
isn't
what we-
colorblind.
That's
No,
not-
hold on.
that's
This
not
is why
what
it's
we
not
mean.
universal. If you had a colorblind person and a non-colorblind person, and they were the only humans to exist on Earth, they would have two different perceptions of the same wavelength of light, and there would be no objective way of being able to determine which one's perception is the correct one.
That doesn't matter. So whether
it does
or not
matter,
it,
because
no,
the
no,
same,
whether or not no,
the same
So
material, the
universals-
same thing is causing two different perceptions.
No. So the reason that's not going to matter is because universals, right? A redness. Red does not exist in a cup. It does not exist in individual consciousness. It does not exist. So let me ask you this. Let's just say there are 0 people. Let's not even say there's a single person. Let's say there are 0 people in the entire universe. Does redness exist?
No. There would be wavelengths of light, and those wavelengths of light would be bouncing off things, but there would be no observer to like there would be no light being received by a thing to be able to
Okay,
perceive
let's
what
try
it is.
a different one, because I don't think she's going to get this one. Where is the number 2?
Yeah, just do math.
The number 2 is not real. It's a like math is it's a construct that we make as a way of explaining the world.
So math is just made up. Hold on, John.
Do you just
Hold
deny
on,
universe?
It's a tool.
So hold on. Math is made up.
It's a tool. Like quantities exist, but like the number 2 does not exist.
If there was no minds, would it be true that there was one sun in our solar system?
The quantity would exist, yes, but the number, like there is no number.
Whatever
one.
the sound
One
you
does
want to
not
use,
exist,
it could
just
be. You
the
could
quantity.
call one. You can call it block block block. You could call it you can call whatever sound you want. Right? It doesn't matter. That's completely irrelevant to what I'm saying. But the concept of one, would be universally true that there is one sun. Correct?
There cannot be a concept without a conscious mind. concepts cannot exist without a mind.
So would it be true if there was no minds that there would be one sun in our universe?
There would be one physical thing. There would be a quantity of the one thing.
Okay.
But again, the concept of one as a number does not exist.
Great. So there'd be one thing. Universal truth. Absent a mind.
Okay.
Where is the number one?
It's not in a specific place. That's what I'm saying. It's literally something we as humans you create as a way of describing
you just
something
told me.
external
You
to us.
just told me 2 seconds. You just told me. Please. Come on. Lock in. I'm going to steal John's turn. Lock in. You told me that there would be one sun, even if there was no minds.
There would be a physical entity there. And there would not be more than one of that specific physical entity. But we're having
hold on. A implies one.
But I'm
A
saying
physical entity implies
one is something that we made as a way of describing external quantities.
Okay,
external quantities
let's
would
try
exist
this.
regardless of whether or not we do. But math, like, okay, I can give you an example.
No, I'm going
I
to
can
stop.
give an
You
example
can't. You
of why
can't. I
what you're
promise
s-
you can't. I
I
promise you can't.
can. Hold on.
No. This is not even like the things I'm bringing up here is not even contested in philosophy. Like this is just universally agreed on concepts, and I'm just trying to help you understand it. So, are the laws of logic real?
I think that they're dependent upon like what you're. I don't know. I think that they're not. I think we use them as tools to be able to describe the world around us.
If there were no human minds, could you have a planet that is a circle but also a square? Is that possible?
Circles and squares are again constructs that we come up with
Are you kidding?
of ways of describing
You
entities.
think we invented the concept of a circle?
Like what we deem to be a circle versus a square.
I'm not talking about the sound that comes out of her face. I'm talking about the referent of the sound that comes out of her face.
Yeah, there's certain things again, like that. Like for instance, in nature, like you don't get like there's certain shapes in that you just don't get in nature.
Regardless of what we call it, when I say circle, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, I mean, again, what we consider to be a circle.
You are being
'Cause
way
like,
more
like
difficult
the Earth,
than you
we
need.
think about Earth as a circle, but
If
like,
I thought the Earth was
it's
square,
actually,
would
like,
that
more
make
of
it a
like an
square?
oval.
If everybody else started thinking that the Earth was square, would that make it a square?
No.
Okay, so then it's completely irrelevant to whether minds think of it. A circle is a circle, regardless of how we think about it, right?
Yeah, I would say so.
Great. There's no
But
minds.
what we're considering to be a circle, yeah.
All right, I got to move on. There's no help for you. I think
Well, I
only
wanted
God
to go
can
back
help
to the
you.
math thing because I can prove to you that math is not like the subjective thing that you're talking about.
I really only think God can help you. I do not think that there's a man alive on earth that can help you. I really think that's for God alone that he can do it. Thank you.
Thanks for the ongoing content, guys. Viva Cristo Rey.
How you feeling, John?
I'm fine. I mean, it sounded like she was just a conceptualist.
Let's do some supers. Was the ISP's Rogers Communications? I work at IT and I had a contract with them at once. Terrible. Put me in, coach. Sheer incompetence. We did put you in, and you did show us sheer incompetence. I was in IT for years, and there are people that have much more tech problems than others. That's me. Mitzrayim, thank you so much for holding us down. Convenient donation to Kick. We also did that one. Giving money for more Phil Bros and for a yacht. Oh my God. Albert Einstein had to retract his fake math to disprove God. Also, newborn babies can track objects in space and time without being taught. There you go. Gabe, thank you so much for the gifted memberships. John, this is all I can give tonight. Also, can you briefly explain the baby formula experiment? I've heard mixed things about it. The baby formula experiment. I don't know what that is. What's baby? Are you talking to that, John?
What? What do you want?
Can you explain the baby formula experiment? Do you know what that is?
That's all I can give you tonight. Also, baby formula. You're just talking about the lady.
What?
Calling the churches. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. The lady, there's a lady who kept calling churches and asking for baby formula, saying her baby needed it, and a lot of churches just kept saying no.
There was a recording.
Yeah, and it was pretty awful that the churches said no. Ask if Earth would still be Earth without any human minds. If all human minds disappear, would Earth still have its identity? I think I wasn't going to touch identity.
No, it wouldn't, because she's a conceptualist.
If a tree falls in the forest and no one's around to see it, does it still fall? Yes. Thanks for the ongoing content, guys. Viva Cristo Rey. I got you, bro. Got you. I got you. Let's bring up the next guest.
I'm just reading the chat because it makes me smile.
Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm 21, and my name is Ellie.
All right, Ellie. There's no justification for atheism. Prove us wrong, Winataco.
Okay, so I used to be an atheist. I moved to agnostic, and now I'm just kind of floating here. And so I'm actually not here to debate you, more ask you questions. So if you're not in for that, you can totally kick me off.
I know John loves answering questions.
Listen, I think sometimes asking honest questions and receiving good answers, rather than going somewhere else and asking the question and receiving crap answers, is far more fruitful than 99% of the conversations we have whenever we talk to atheists.
Yeah, and I've been watching you guys a couple
times
now, and so I was just really curious because you guys seem very, very knowledgeable.
We're both incredibly stupid.
Okay, so when I was atheist and whatnot, I was really into spiritual stuff. And so I kind of wanted to ask if you guys correlate or can understand my thought of, like, I kind of see praying as like a form of law of attraction or manifestation. Like, obviously you're praying to God. But like, when people think of law of attraction and manifestation, it's really just a form of praying.
No, I think law of attraction is just nonsense. John, just real quick, you should put up your bot account on the TikTok so people can follow it. I keep forgetting to tell you to do that. I just thought about it.
You want me to just like say hi?
No, I think you should just put it up and mute it so that way people know what your account is. Put
it up and mute it. I don't even know what you're talking about.
On your TikTok, open your TikTok, come to the live,
on my
join as a
TikTok.
guest, and mute.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah, there you go.
I didn't understand.
Yeah, so I think law of attraction is just, I don't think it has any like metaphysical power. I think if anything, it's just people, if you align your mind with a specific thing, you're going to be driving yourself towards that goal. But I don't think it has any power in the universe.
Okay. Yeah. All right. And then I was here for the whole baby thing, and I was just curious if like a better word for describing it would be instinct rather than knowledge. I don't know. Just the thought of a baby like knowing rather than having that instinct. It's an instinct to drink water because that's what you need to survive.
Isn't instinct just a knowledge?
I mean, I guess it could be, but I think the two separate definitions, I don't know. I just thought instinct would be a better word for it, but that's just me. Not saying you guys have to agree.
Well, again, I take the agnostic position. I don't know what babies know. How could we know that? But what I'm just saying is, there seems to be, if we're just to study, is like we look at a turtle running for water. Well, how does it know to go for water? How does it know where the water is? How does it know to do these things? There has to be a certain amount of knowledge that is like inside the mind. Where the knowledge comes from is I think what people argue about. It's like if you're born innately with this knowledge, then it's instinct. If you get it from like external factors, then it's knowledge.
Okay. Okay, that is fair.
Yeah,
That's fair.
and it's kind of the point I made earlier as well, is like what we can say is that humans have a dispositional property to which they can arrive at some type of belief in God. So I think that's what's important, is we just recognize that humans have that disposition.
Yeah. Yeah. And then another question, because I've always struggled with this. God creating Earth or the universe in 7 days. Mind you, I haven't gotten into reading the whole Bible yet, but
We don't believe that.
a lot of
So
let her finish.
So okay, well, I know what you're gonna say.
a lot of people, like various religions, believe that Earth is a lot younger than scientists say it would be. And I was just wondering if the whole 7 days things could be a metaphor, or if you guys take that literally.
Neither one of us think it happens in 7 days.
Okay.
Yeah. So
okay.
Just the easiest way, when you're reading the Bible, if you start reading the Bible, understand that it is not fundamentally a science book. That's not the purpose of it. It's people who wrote down their experiences, their beliefs, their theology, their life stories, their biographies, their poetry, all of that over a very long period of time. What we see within Genesis is we actually see a lot of poetic detail. That poetic detail is going to say, okay, we have like this alignment with the days, things of that nature. Genesis 2 was actually more than likely written first before Genesis 1. So technically Genesis 2 should be Genesis 1, and Genesis 1 should be Genesis 2. But when we're reading the Bible, just remember it's not a science book. It's not supposed to be, but it is supposed to guide us into truth on things that matter in regards to like our faith.
Okay. Yes. And then that brings me to just my last question, which is, so, religion has been around for a long time, and there's various, there's like 4 branches off of, I call it the origin story, kind of, and you know how King Henry, or was it
killed his women?
Yeah. Well, but he translated the Bible, and like I just don't know.
Do you mean King James?
James?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you. Sorry.
Sorry. I'm like, no, you're fine. I'm not laughing at you. I'm just laughing.
No, you're totally okay. You're totally okay. That was my bad. No, I just feel like there might be corruption in churches, specifically more than the Bible, but things like that. So like what, especially with that baby formula thing that came out, that didn't surprise me, to be honest. But anyway, I was just wondering, like, if I were to get into a specific religion, like what would I really look for? Because like I feel like I can't trust a lot of people, especially based on the variation in what I'm told.
Just whatever you do, don't ever go to a Pentecost church. Like that's just the number one church you should never visit. They have a bad tendency to hire really terrible pastors that don't know what they're talking about. So that's my
especially youth pastors. No, he's taking a jab at me. Yeah. So this is a good question. Is like, okay, functionally, you're just asking, hey, where do I start? I think churches are corrupt, and I don't really know much about the Bible. This is the place I tell people to start. Fundamentally, who is Jesus? Why are we still talking about him 2,000 years later? What did he do? What did he say? How did he live? And most fundamentally, did he die and rise from the dead? Those are the questions that you have to ask, because if those questions are true, then Christianity is true. If those questions are false, Christianity is false.
Okay. So
But don't do it alone. I would also say, yeah, definitely get involved in a church. Get involved with, people who can help you on your journey.
Okay. Okay. But do I absolutely need a church to
Eventually.
Okay.
Like
not immediately.
if you become a Christian, you do need a church, and it's even commanded in Scripture that we're a part of a church. So that is something.
Okay,
that
it
you do
is.
have to,
Okay.
yeah. Now, obviously, use discernment. There are problems with a lot of churches, and we've seen that with the baby formula thing. That is a thing. John is a pastor for a church. That is what he does. He would not have said no to the baby formula if they would have asked him.
The reason I know my church actually would not have is because my pastor comes from previous children's ministry, and so children are like a huge thing on his heart. We've provided rooms for people who are homeless with kids. We have like once a month we do a food drive for families in need, where we'll have 400 to 500 cars pull through our parking lot. So I showed it to my pastor, and he was actually amazed at the churches that said no rather than anything else. But so, yeah, not all churches are created equal. Churches have people are imperfect. And so you're never going to find, I'm not trying to be cliche, but you're never going to find a perfect church. You just need to find a biblical church that lives, walks, talks, and acts like Jesus.
Okay.
I don't know
Well,
why
thank
he's
you.
gagging.
That's a very Protestant thing to say.
It's a very Protestant thing to say. Gosh.
Just make sure you find a biblical church, ladies and gentlemen. That's what you got to do. For my own interpretation.
No, you didn't finish it. Biblical church that lives.
For my own interpretation of the
of Jesus. Of Jesus. He's mocking Jesus. That's
I'm
crazy.
mocking you.
I know you are.
No, I'd say just like read the Gospel of Matthew, and just say just figure out where you go from there.
Okay. And just because I'm curious, John.
Which one? We're both
What?
John.
The main one, the host.
Yeah, everyone always wants to talk to him.
So you were atheist before, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. How long has it been since
4 years.
you've found? Okay. And then where else have you gotten all of your, I guess, knowledge? Like, was it just through church? Or
I read a lot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I got a whole bunch of books I've read. I've read the Bible front to back a couple times, and then the commentaries that go with it. And so like I started with like an ESV commentary, then I've done like Orthodox commentary, and then currently using a scholarly commentary and a Catholic commentary. So commentaries have been a lot of help, and then just reading books outside of it, depending on what you're looking at and what you want to know. So if you want to know why to trust the Bible, you can read "Can We Trust the Gospels" by Brant. Is it Brant Petrie? Do you know, John?
I don't remember. I actually haven't read that exact book.
It's like
so I don't
super
know.
short. It's like less than 300 pages, but it's like a scholarly thing, so you might get bored by that. My testimony though is on my YouTube, or YT. It's a playlist, my testimony. If that's the question you're asking, it's a long story, so I'll just refer you to that. Where the heck's my books?
All right.
1 sec. Probably in my reading folder. Okay. Yeah, Peter J. Williams. Sorry, not Brant Petrie. Peter J. Williams. Can We Trust the Gospels? That's going to be like a reason that you could trust the Bible.
Okay. I will look into that for sure.
Cool.
Well, thank you guys.
Yeah, no problem.
No problem. Anything else?
No, not at all. Have a good
All right, well,
night.
Have a good one. We're gonna go fight with people.
I almost kicked you. How long have I been live?
Not long enough to fill the dono bar.
True. 3 hours. We've been live 3 hours. We're not nowhere near to get that donut bar filled. Guys, I'm starting to feel like you don't want this channel anymore. You don't want us to do this. I'm getting that vibe. That's like you guys should just quit. That's the vibe I'm getting. Quit. Stop doing what you're doing. We don't want you around anymore. Get lost. And if that's what you want, that's what you want. Hello, how are you?
Maybe
Just real quick, how
they
old
just
are
don't
you?
like me.
No, thank you.
How old are you?
I don't eat onion rings.
Great content exclamation mark dot 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 but need a dance from both.
You gave us $100, John. Let's do it.
To dance? I'll sing. How
W's
about
in the
that?
chat. W's in the chat, guys. W's in the chat. W's in the chat, everyone. W's in the chat. Oh yeah, W's in the chat. See, I'm just your internet. I'm just an internet slut. That's all I am.
I'll sing. I can't dance. God said yes to the voice and no to the feet.
Thank you very much, Mitzrayim. Literally holding us down. Brandon, thank you very much. Listen, everything, like I said, if everybody who watched gave $1, this channel would be fine. It would be fine. So like that's it. Like if every time we went live, everybody who watched gave $1, we would be more than fine. We would actually prosper. We would actually grow.
Yeah. If you want to hear me sing, give John another $100. I don't get any of it. I'm just a slave here.
Yeah, John doesn't get paid, but he's already got a job. Is this person going to connect?
I don't know.
Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
36. Good.
All right, bro. There's no justification for atheism. Prove us wrong when to taco.
Well, I don't think I can prove that. But
W.
I did say, well,
High five, John.
you definitely can't prove God exists. So there's no. What are you doing?
We're high-fiving because we got another W.
I don't know what's going on. I just live here.
You didn't get a
just
W.
work
Well, I
here.
guess if that's your scoring system, then you can have it if you want. But
Well, you just said there is no justification for atheism.
I didn't say that.
Then what's your justification for atheism?
I said I can't prove the justification to you. Like the justification is everything that. Well, first of all, I'm an agnostic. If you care about the difference there, but so I'm not
I
an
know what the
atheist.
difference is. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean some people.
I love
distinction.
agnosticism.
Yeah, we're both pro-agnosticism.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
So what's the justification for
anyways,
atheism?
I came on to say that because I promised in the chat that I would be the one man in the world that could save that woman that you said there was no man in the world to save her. So I'm taking that upon myself. If you'll give me the
why are you talking to us then? You should go talk to her.
Well, because I think you were wrong when you were arguing with her. I don't know how to. Only technically. First of all, I'm not a conceptualist, quote unquote. I don't agree with her view on the world. But
are you a nominalist?
I don't know what that means.
Okay. Well, what are you?
He also said I can't prove it, but I have a justification.
I wait. What? No, I didn't.
You did.
No, I didn't.
I heard it with these things.
All right. Well, you got a brainworm then. I didn't say that, but the idea that the only reason I felt the urge to come on was because you guys were telling her that you were basically trying to imply that she was crazy. And well, okay, fine, but the idea that I think the question you kept asking her was it, like, if there were no minds, would there be ones? Would you still agree that there's one sun in the solar system? And she would say, you got her to say yes, and then you asked her where is the number one, and then you'd go backwards, and she would tell you that the number one doesn't exist, but that you weren't asking her. Those are two different questions.
No, it isn't.
If you want to get, like, philosophy is pedantic, so forgive me, I'm going to be pedantic, but
Oh my god.
what?
Lost me spin back.
Oh my god! I just saw your underwear like a plumber.
Hey, you want to see it again?
Maybe you'll get your last donation.
Why is this making you so uncomfortable?
It's just because I know where this conversation is going to go, and it's just going to give me an aneurysm.
Give me a TLDR. Where it's going to go?
It's fine. Just what position do you hold as it pertains to abstract entities, universals, particulars? Go ahead.
Concepts by definition require a mind, so that's for one. Like that's a tautology. There's no like.
There are people that disagree with that.
Well, actually, listen. Are you? I mean, if you say a necessary condition for concepts is a mind. Uh-oh. Something glitch?
No.
I'm here.
The screen just flashed. Yeah, if you say you don't want to say this. If you say that concepts
I buy bullets.
Well, yeah, I'll tell you why you don't want to say it. But if you say
Take 'em and bag 'em.
necessarily that concepts require a mind, then that's identical to saying that God exists.
It is. It's the tag argument.
Well, give it to me. Maybe you can prove to me God exists then.
Okay, so premise one. So premise one. Do universal.
Oh, you're gonna do it?
I know the tag
I was
argument.
talking to.
You don't like the tag argument.
I wasn't gonna give tag. I was gonna give a different variation.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Are you Midwest?
Who do you want to talk to? How about that? We'll let you choose.
Talk to him. No, you go ahead.
No, okay,
I want to talk to John.
Okay.
We're both John.
Okay.
I know that was the joke.
Perfect.
Oh.
Yeah, he was joking. Anyway, all right. So, yeah, if you say concepts require a mind, then I want you to just follow this argument. Premise one: concepts exist. Agree or disagree?
It's mind dependent. That's the entire point. This premise breaks on ground zero.
Well, I'm gonna get there. Premise one: concepts exist.
No, you can't. You're setting yourself up for looping logic. It doesn't work that way.
Okay, let me do mine then. Let me do mine.
There has to be a foundation before that.
Let me do mine then.
No. I'm asking if you agree. I'm asking whether or not you agree. With
the answer isn't yes or no. It depends. On minds.
Well, how about this? I'll just do this. I'll do it informally. I'll do it informally. Rather than formally, I'll do it informally.
No, hold on. Let me do mine. Wait,
wait, one second.
You messed up on premise one.
No, I didn't.
My turn. I'm gonna go.
So anyway,
ready?
Wait. Just let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Wait, is truth a concept? Wait, no.
My mute button doesn't work.
Good. All right.
I found another one.
I'm enjoying this.
Go ahead, John. John, go ahead.
Oh, I can talk now?
Yeah.
Been let out of my freaking hole? Okay. Is truth a concept? Or is it a concrete object?
I'd say it's a concept, but that like if you're going to equate the idea of truth and existence, then no. But yes, truth is a concept to me.
Okay, truth is a concept. Would you agree that that concepts are mental things?
That's his whole premise.
I think concepts require minds to be. Yeah. Concepts are tautologically. They are conceptual, meaning that they are perceived by a mind. That's that.
Okay, so what grounds the truth of any proposition in a universe where there are no contingent minds?
I mean, probably nothing.
So okay,
but you already said truth is a concept.
All right, John, you're basically saying the same thing I am, but here's it formally. Premise one: the laws of logic are universal, absolute, and conceptual. Premise two: concepts are mind dependent. Premise three: universal concepts require a universal mind. Premise four: universal concepts exist. Conclusion: a universal mind exists.
Okay, let's go slower.
Sure. Premise one.
Stupid tag. Stupid precept.
Yeah, I don't like this argument either, but he's going to make this claim that concepts are mind dependent, then this is just comes from it.
Yeah, I know. It's fine. Go
I mean,
ahead.
just so you know, it's not a claim; it's a tautology.
Yeah. If you're gonna say that, then
it's
you,
the
then,
way we it's
it's
the
fine.
way we use language.
Listen,
that's how
I love the fact that you're making this claim. It makes my job easier.
I promise you it doesn't. But let's hear what you got.
Okay, the laws of logic are universal, absolute, and conceptual.
God, I've my whole life I've thought this, but give me a second. I mean, in the same way that the laws of arithmetic are, yes, sure.
Great. Premise 2. Concepts are mind dependent. You already agree with that one? That's your whole thing. Yeah?
Hold on, I'm going backwards because I mean. Anyways, yeah, okay. We'll go, yeah, what was the second thing you said?
Premise 2. Concepts are mind dependent. Great.
Yes.
Premise 3. Universal concepts require a universal mind.
No.
He denies universal concepts.
Okay.
What explain what that means? I don't even know what that, like, a concept to me is universal.
So then you agree.
Then
that
you
there's
do
universal
agree.
Concepts.
I can't do it.
Okay.
No. You're saying that it requires a universal mind, but concepts. I don't even know what a universal mind is, or a universal concept. A universal concept means what? Like that it exists. How is that distinguished from a concept?
Do you believe in universal concepts or no? It's like yes or no. Universal concepts exist.
I'm asking you to define it. That's what I'm asking because I can't answer that until you define it for me.
Universal concept is going to be something that is applied to the set of all things.
In all things, in all places, it's true.
Yeah, it's not going to be applied to
concepts. Don't have a truth and quality. There's no quality of truth to a concept.
Can you have a square round room? True or false?
But that's a language dependent thing. This is what happened with that other woman. Is you and the
language is irrelevant. When I say
yes,
the word,
no,
oh my fucking God, there's no way that you guys are this stupid. When I say the word square,
this is what you did to her.
Listen, because you're not. It's a simple concept.
No, it's not.
Shut up and listen, you'll learn.
Okay.
When I say the word square, I'm referring to something, right?
Yes.
There's a reference.
Yeah.
That thing, that referent I'm referring to, is what it is. Absent whatever language I'm using to call it, correct?
To you and me, yes. Like if you say, "Can you have a square round room?" and since I speak the same language,
you're trying to predict what I'm saying. You're trying to predict. Just answer the question I'm asking.
No, I'm not. In order to,
you're
have this
trying to predict what I'm going. You're arguing something I'm not even saying.
You're trying to make this too easy for yourself, and I'm not going to let you.
Yes, because what you're showing is
walking somebody through a syllogism and then asking them.
I'm not even going to a syllogism right now. I'm just showing you the issue with you saying I'm talking about language, right? Just pay attention and listen. It's a very simple concept.
I know what you're going to say.
What am I going to say?
I mean, you already said it, and I know what you mean. I'm trying to explain why that's not true.
So it's not true that when I refer to a square, that it's not square.
That's also tautology to us. Like if I refer to a square, I'm referring to a square. That doesn't mean anything to me. But if you say I'm referring to a square, and then all of a sudden somebody from a different universe like body snatched me and had a different definition or had a different meaning for that sound, then they would say no.
That's not what I'm talking about. Oh my God, I'm talking about the referent. You're talking about the philosophy of language, completely different topic, right? You can call it square. You can call it blah blah blah. You can call it blah 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 blah. You can call it you call it whatever the fuck you want.
Yes, I know.
But the referent is the same thing. It's a thing with four corners and four sides. Yeah.
Yes, to you and me, yes, but you're asking me
what do you mean to you and me? In what conceptual world is it not a thing with four corners and four sides?
to any future state or any other in any other part of the universe potentially where it could mean something
How
else.
is it going to be something with that isn't four corners and four sides? Explain that. Make it sense. Explain to me, Mr. Genius here to save the lady, White Knight. Hold on, shut up for a second. I'm still mocking you. So, Mr. Genius here to save the lady, the White Knight. Explain to me how a square can be anything else but a square. Go ahead. The floor is yours.
First of all, you're not good at humor. Like you didn't get the John joke, you didn't get the White Knight joke. Like back off. Like if you're gonna be condescending, be smarter about it. You're not clever enough. So we're talking about when you ask me if a square can be round, you're using like you're asking. There's two layers to that question. There's one where we're talking about the reference, and one we're talking about the language. I was saying that in the case of where if you were to try to trap me on language, then I would have to tell you up front that I see that distinction. That's what happened with that woman. You guys were talking about two different things because you weren't understanding that she wasn't talking about language.
Don't say anything, John.
Period.
Are you done? Are you still trying? I'm still waiting for the part where you explain to me how a square can be anything else but a square.
No, sorry, I was just mocking you back.
Okay, now make the argument.
That a square is round?
That a square is anything else but a square. That's your whole thing.
I'm not saying
you don't have to accept that.
Okay, that's tautology again. A square is always a square, no matter what.
Great, thank you. A square is always a square. That was my whole fucking point.
That's not even the point you were making. You were not even making that point. You're
Yes,
kind of a fucking moron.
Yes, it was.
No, you were not making the point that a square is a square. You know that, and your buddy John knows that too.
Yeah, I was making the point that a square is a square. So a square is always a square.
We're not.
If you were making a point that a square is a square.
So,
if you're making a point that square is a square, it's an uninteresting premise. It isn't part of it.
Hold on. Can a square ever be a circle?
Yes.
Okay, explain it.
Ever? If people have different sounds for different terms, if like I go to a different planet somewhere and they have a different sound for a circle, then when we're talking about in the context of language.
So what you're saying, this is your argument. I just want to be clear. You're saying if people change the word square to circle, then a square becomes a circle?
No, they can exist at the same time.
What?
You don't have to change the definition. Somebody two people can hold different references to different words in their mind.
Right.
We're using a really overly simplistic idea. Like
you, my friend, my friend, need the same help. You, my friend,
need. How about the word genocide? How about the word fascism? Right?
Square.
How about those words?
So this is all you're saying.
You can't build a syllogism. You can't build a syllogism off of those words until you actually define them and make sure you're representing the exact same thing.
Okay.
Right now, all you're saying is this. Okay, we have one object, right?
Oh my God! You don't know. You're going to explain to me the dumbest fucking.
I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you what you.
I think you need the same help the girl needs, anyways.
1 second. I'm going to tell you.
Of course you do, because you don't understand either one of us.
I'm going to tell you what you just said. You tell me if I mess up.
I understand you. You don't understand me. That doesn't make me the idiot.
I'm going to tell you what you said. Tell me if I mess up. It's called a steel man. I'm going to steel man your position.
Go ahead.
We have an object here. Okay, we have an object here. John calls this square. Okay? He says square. It's right now, present time. You have a completely different word for this thing. You call this circle. The only thing that is actually like defining the object is the semantics. Right? That's your point. You're saying you call circle, he calls square. It is circle and square same time.
Incorrect.
That's
not a
okay. Hold up your square again, John. Hold up your square again.
Why is it, John?
Hold on. Shut up for a second. Shut up for a second. Shut up for a second.
Why is it a square?
So I'm going to ask you a question. I'm going to ask you a question. Can that? I don't know where you. Okay, so wherever you can that what John is holding ever be this what I am holding at the same time?
In the same way.
What does that question even mean? Can two different instances of an object be the same object? No, absolutely not.
Lord, I'm gonna pray for you real quick. Lord, help this man with this stupidity.
Did you hear my answer? Did you hear my answer to the question? Do you want to have an argument, or do you want to just talk?
Wait, this is good. This is good. He said no.
No, hold on. As John Chrysostom said, that there's actual demons of stupidity. That man there had an actual demon of stupidity. And in Jesus' name, I cast that demon of stupidity out.
Oh, Lord.
Now, if he wants to come back up, he can come back up.
You're
But
sounding
I wanted to do that real quick.
You're sounding really Pentecostal right now. Listen.
That was a church father. John Chrysostom said that.
He said no at the end.
It doesn't do anything. It's not effective. Like the people who already agree with you are going to applaud you. Good job. But it's not effective to kick me out.
I don't care.
I'm stupid.
I'm not even.
You haven't even argued with me yet. You don't even know what I'm talking about yet. John, I'm asking you a question. John, the one holding the square, so to speak, right? Why are you calling that a square? Tell me that. Describe it to me in a way that defines it as a square.
Because it is an object with 4 sides and 4 corners.
And the corners, zoom in on the corners. What's the shape of those corners?
Round.
Yep. Is that a corner?
Rounded corners.
Did you just use the word corner for something that's a rounded edge?
Yes, it's a rounded corner.
So you use the wrong word for
I can hear my wife. I can hear my wife.
No, the corner.
John, you can make fun of me all you want.
I absolutely can. I absolutely can. My friend, you are one of the dumbest people I've ever talked to.
You're just railroading the conversation.
Corners are rounded. They are rounded corners.
Uh-huh. And when you think of squares in your mind, do you normally think of a rounded corner?
No, not really. But a square can still be articulated as an object with rounded corners. But it's still going to have 4 corners. Wait. Me instantiating that a square is an object with 4 corners and 4 sides doesn't matter whether or not the corners are rounded or whether or not they are like straight.
Okay, I'm going to come at this from a different angle.
They're all corners.
I'm going to come at it.
And
I got you. I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. I understand. I'm going to come at this from a different angle now. Okay, so hold that in your mind. If I drew a circle on a piece of paper,
I'm done with this. I'm done. I'm actually done. So here's what's going to happen next. John, put it down.
There's a reason why no one ever defeats me.
It's fine. I'm awful. So here's what's going to happen. I'm going to give you the floor. I'm going to give you the floor, and all you're going to do is just give me an argument on how a square can be a circle. Go ahead.
That's not the point. You're making make an argument I'm not making. That's not like. Do you actually think you're arguing in good faith when you do that?
Yes.
Then you're retarded.
Okay. So if that's not the argument you're making, let's go through the premises.
No, kick me.
Again.
You're retarded.
You're welcome to
Like,
leave. So premise 1, the laws of logic are universal, absolute, and conceptual. Do you agree with that?
We're not doing this again. Why are we going backwards 3 steps?
Premise 1, the laws of logic are universal, absolute, and conceptual. Do you agree with that?
Why are you doing this?
So premise 1, the laws of logic are universal, absolute, and conceptual. Do you agree with that?
I'll just repeat myself until my dinner comes up. I have dinner in an hour and a half. You ready to go? Why are you doing this?
Do you agree with premise 1 or no?
Why are you asking me again?
Yeah, I just want to see if you're consistent. That's why I'm asking you.
We're not hung up on premise 1. We never were.
Okay, so we agree on premise 1. So premise 2, concepts are mind dependent. So we agree on that.
Now I have a meta problem with the way you're handling yourself.
Now, premise 3, universal concepts require a universal mind. Now, we were hung up on like the universal concept. So we agree now that there's universal concepts. A square is a square, it cannot be a circle. Yes?
We do not agree.
Okay, then explain to me how a square can be a circle.
Look at that. We just wasted fucking 3 minutes getting back to where we were hung up on before.
That's how I showed you're being dishonest, because I asked you to make the argument how a square could be a circle, and you said that's not the argument I'm making. So if a square, universal concept, is a square cannot be a circle, that's a universal concept. You say that it can be. Explain to me how it can be.
A square cannot be a square. I'm not saying a square can be I'm not saying a square. Wait, what? Sorry, what is the?
Yeah, so see how you're crashing out on yourself? All right, so universal concepts, right, requires a universal mind. You say there's no universal concepts. A universal concept is you cannot have a square, round, circle. So therefore, if you say there's no universal concepts, I would like you to explain to me. I'd like you to explain to me how you can have a square, round, circle. Go ahead.
So if I go back to my question, I was going to ask your boy John.
It's not a question. No. You're not going to ask questions. You're going to give an argument. Give me the argument of how you can have a square, round, circle.
You can't understand arguments. I have to walk you to them.
Can you, or can you not give you the argument? Premise one. What is your premise one?
Your way of arguing is that you have your boy with you. You own the channel. You can kick people whenever they start to say things that you don't like.
You've not been kicked.
To either listen to me or you can kick me.
You've literally been up here for like an hour, or not an hour, like 30 minutes.
Are you retarded? God damn, dude.
So, give the argument on how you can have square round circles.
Well, the argument is because you can. Do you want me to hear me explain it? Do you? I'm going to explain it to you with a question of the same question I was going to ask your boy John.
Not a question, an argument, please. I would like an argument on how you can have a square round circle.
Because the concepts and the words used for those concepts are variable. Like the words pointing to the thing that is meant to be conveyed can change. Like if I were to define a square as 4 sides, 4 equal sides, 4 90-degree angles, and angles are not rounded, right? That is a geometric definition of a square.
Right. So your
John
argument
was not holding up a square before.
Yeah. So your argument isn't that the reference can actually change. Your argument is that the words that we use to describe the referent can change.
No, my argument is that the concept in our minds can be different as we're using the same or different words. So in order to have a syllogism work, and you said it yourself with somebody like 2 or 3 people back, that you have to agree, you have to know that you agree on the premise.
If there were no minds at all, would this maintain?
Oh my God! Why go backwards when I can just?
We're not going backwards. We're not going backwards.
I can just walk you through.
I'm not using the same language I've used. Right? I'm using different language. Let me finish. Let me finish, Linda. I let you speak. Let me finish. If there were no minds,
you did not let me speak.
Let me finish, please.
You continuously do not let me speak.
Please, let me finish.
Kick me.
You're welcome to leave. If there were no
minds, you have to kick me.
If there were no minds, would this maintain its shape?
Yes.
Great. If there are no minds, could this shape be the same as the shape as the thing that John is holding at the same time?
No.
Is that a concept?
Is what a concept?
The fact that this and that cannot be the shape at the same time.
That's an idea.
So then it's a concept. Great. So
Sure.
then, great. Cool. So now you think there are universal concepts.
What?
You just told me that there's a universal concept. Absent
But
the mind,
that question you just asked me isn't the question you asked me before.
You literally just said that, word for word.
Your question that you just made me answer is not the same question as you asked before.
You literally just showed me that it's a universal concept. You said this shape cannot be that shape. You said this shape.
You are so stupid.
You said this shape cannot be that shape.
That's not what you asked me before. Okay, I need you to. In order for I will leave if you aren't able to tell me why those 2 things are not different. Those 2 questions are not different. If you can't do that, you're too retarded to talk to. Tell me the difference between. This is to prove your faith, your faith to God and to me.
The reason the question is different is because in the first question, I was using a specific sound that referenced a specific shape, the word circle. The second question, I wasn't using a specific sound to reference a specific shape. I was just referencing the object, the metaphysical object in the world that you could visually see. That's what makes the question different.
Nope, it's not. I mean, that is also a difference, but that's not the important difference. The important difference.
You promised you'd leave.
What?
You made a promise. You said if I can give an explanation that shows that they're different, you would leave. I just did that.
No, I didn't.
You're still here. You just told me I was a difference.
I said if you.
My friends, ladies and gentlemen, that is what atheism does to your brains. That's literally what it does to your brain. He requested up again.
To be fair, I mean, that's not the position of all atheists, but.
No, I know that. I know that. I'm just throwing shade at atheists for kicks and giggles.
Okay.
Yeah, like that's not even the position of like most atheists. Like a lot of like high level philosophical atheists will just state that these concepts.
They'll just deny P1.
Yeah, they deny P1.
They'll just deny P1.
Yeah.
The moment you accepted P1, you were cooked.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, it's because you started like arguing about like the universal concepts thing. But the reality is, you were just affirming universal concepts and then saying no. You're saying yes, this is this is the thing, this is the thing. No, it's not. Yes, no. Like you were just backtracking on yourself. The easiest way to refute the tag argument, which is why I don't use it, is just deny P1. The laws of logic are universal, absolute, and conceptual. Or some people, concepts are mind dependent, right? There's Platonists, I think they're what they're called, that say that the laws of logic do exist outside the mind. They say they exist. Is that Platonism?
Yeah, I mean, you have nominalism. Nominalism just flat out denies universal.
Is it Platonism though? No.
Platonism, that like abstract objects, like they actually exist.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's Platonism.
Yeah. So you could easily have done that. But when you say, when you look at me and you say, this thing cannot be that thing, and that is a concept, but it exists no matter what, then you just told me that universal concepts exist. You just did. All right. We'll do one more, then we'll call it a night. Well, I want to see what Sanctify has to say.
What's a Sanctify?
This guy.
What's up, fellas?
How you doing, bro?
Pretty good. I actually had a maybe both of you guys can help out. What are some writings from church fathers regarding the Trinity? I know you have like Augustine, Theophilus,
Maximus.
but you guys have like okay, Maximus.
And then there's, I forget who wrote it, but like On the Trinity, whichever father wrote
That's
that.
Augustine.
Yeah,
I
that's it.
have that.
I don't know. I haven't read too many of them.
Okay. What about you, John? Too.
I focused on the councils more than like the explicit understandings of the church fathers. I've read some, but I mainly focused on the councils and maintaining the councils in accordance with Scripture and in accordance with coherence. Those things are, I think, pretty important for the Trinity. But ultimately, I won't say that. Anyway.
Well, I have On the Councils by John Leith, and basically, well, it's on the creeds of the churches, but it covers creeds and councils. It's a pretty dense book, but like almost 700 pages. But I had a friend asking about it who doesn't really, I mean, I can articulate, but I can't, obviously not like the church fathers. So I was trying to get some more information and some good examples. But cool. All right, I'll dig deeper. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
All right, man. God bless.
God bless, bro.
Okay, let's do one more, then I'm calling it a day. Thank you guys for helping us reach our donation goal on the Dono bar to keep this channel going. My brain cells are literally falling out of my ears right now. So your support is much appreciated. I like it. I like the fact that you had a square and I had a circle just down hand. That was quite convenient. Kaffer Mike, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hey, how's everything go?
Good, man. How old are you?
I'm 56.
All right, bro. There's no justification for atheism. Prove us wrong, win a taco.
Well, do you think the digestive system is a good design?
Yeah, when we're talking about like good design and perfection, that's going to be subjective.
Well, yeah, everything's subjective. So, do you subjectively think it's a good design?
Sure, I'll say yes.
Okay, I disagree. You think the menstrual cycle is a good design?
Yes.
Okay, why is it a good design to have women die in childbirth, to menstruate every month, get PMS, all these things?
Keeps things
How's
interesting.
that good? What's that?
Keeps things interesting.
Oh,
Another
Keep
another
things
thing you can
interesting.
say, it can be in accordance with the designer's desires.
Right. Obviously, but the designer could be crazy. So his desires could be nutty. I'm asking, is it a good, intelligent design? And
Yes.
you're saying yes, because it keeps things interesting.
Yeah.
That's like saying we should make streets where there's a spike coming up every now and then because it lances your foot. It keeps things interesting while you walk
Sure.
down
Why
the street.
isn't that perfect?
Honestly, I think that'd be a great idea.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
That's the problem with bringing up like a subjective, like stance dependent argument, is that if you just
Okay.
have somebody that disagrees with you, you have no way to prove it. You're relying on my intuition to make your argument.
Okay. So you think we should make sidewalks where there's spikes coming up that
If I
might lance your
if
foot?
I said
Keep things
yes,
interesting.
if I say yes, what's wrong with that? Actually, no, I'll just will. Yes, let's do it. Why not? I
Okay,
think that's
there's
better.
nothing wrong with it.
Yeah.
I just disagree with you. I think it's an insane concept.
Why?
So that's awesome. Because people shouldn't pierce their feet while they're walking down the street.
Why?
Because it's harmful to the foot.
Yeah, why is that a problem?
Because it's not good for your foot. What do you mean? Why is it a problem?
Yeah, why is that worse? Why is that bad?
So you want to live in a world that's like Wipeout, where you're just walking down the street and a bat comes swinging and hits you in the head?
Sure. I think that's a better world than the one we live in.
Wow, that's amazing. That's awesome, dude. You're about as nihilistic as any atheist I've ever come across. You want to live in a world where you may just be killed at any moment for some random step you take.
Sure.
Okay, that's awesome. I appreciate your honesty.
Okay, what's your argument?
So, my argument is there is no God because design is poor.
According to who?
Also, according to me.
So you're the arbiter of what is good design?
Yes, within my own reality. Of course.
Okay. So how do we objectively measure that to conclude for all people that God does not exist?
Well, you can make the objective measurement or you can't. You made the objective measurement that it's good to step on a razor blade while walking down the sidewalk.
That's my whole argument, is that your subjective opinion of what is good cannot be used as an objective means to measure things.
Okay, but you just said it is good.
Right. I was trying to show you how your argument doesn't work. Because if you say it's a poor design and I say it's a good design, how do we prove who's right?
Right. We argue over the design.
But if I just prefer a design that in your viewpoint is a bad design, what makes it bad outside of just your opinion?
Well, we argue over what is good and what is bad. Is stepping on a razor blade good or bad?
It's good.
Okay. Well, there you go. I would say it's bad. So we disagree.
Okay. So how do we objectively figure out which one's the right answer?
Well, we can objectively figure it out, but we can objectively know who stands on what side of what is good and bad. You say it is good to step on a razor blade. I say it is bad.
Yeah.
Let the audience say who is right and who is wrong.
So your whole argument is just what people feel? We all feel it's wrong, so therefore it's true?
Well, that's helpful, yeah.
Okay, so during World War II, when the Smotsies all felt like Jews weren't worth a damn and equivalent to a rat, they were right to say so?
No, because the rest of the world said they were wrong.
Okay, how about 1,000 years ago when the entire world was okay with slavery?
Right.
Was slavery good?
Because that's what your God told them was
yeah,
all right.
yeah, that's fine. 1,000 years ago when everybody was fine with slavery, was slavery good?
No.
Why?
Because we now know it was wrong.
But you just said it's all based off people's collective opinion.
No,
you
I
said
didn't
the
say it was all
audience.
based
You
off
said the audience gets to decide who's on the
Okay.
right side of morals here. So you said the most
Okay.
people who vote are right. So 1,000 years ago, when literally everybody thought slavery was okay,
Right.
were they
Right.
wrong? And if they were wrong, why?
Okay. So literally your God allowed slavery.
Yeah, you're
So
not
your
answering
God
the
is
question.
wrong?
Yeah, my God allowed for slavery. Why is it wrong?
Okay. So was your God wrong?
You answering my question with a question? You're not actually going to give an answer?
I will say slavery was wrong because later we understand the morality behind it.
What did we understand? Why did we realize
your
it was
God
wrong?
allowed? So your God allowed slavery for thousands of years. Was your God wrong?
I think
I
slavery
answered
is good. I think slavery is good.
Okay, that's awesome.
Why
That's
am I
good
wrong
know.
to say so?
Well, because it harms other people.
Okay, why is it wrong to harm other people?
Because it's harm.
That's
It's the
circular.
definition of
That's
wrong.
circular.
Well, you can say whatever you want to say. You don't think harming someone is wrong?
Why would it be?
Because it is.
Okay, it's not because it's not.
Okay, that's fine. I appreciate your morality. It's good to see this. It's awesome to hear.
He thinks you're
You
serious.
love slavery. You love harming people.
He thinks you're serious. He doesn't get it.
I assume he's being sarcastic, but I don't understand his sarcasm when he keeps saying, no, it's good to harm people.
He's
So
granting.
if you agree
he's
with
gra-
me, it's
he's-
bad to harm people. Why don't you say I agree with you? It's bad to harm
He's
people.
granting something for the sake of the argument to show you what is an inconsistency potentially in your position, unless you can justify it.
Okay, that sounds like a lot of psychobabble. So, is slavery good?
I didn't even.
Yes. No, screw it. Yes. Slavery is good.
Slavery's good.
And I'm not going to
Awesome.
hold on. This is not sarcastic. This is actually genuine. And I can make an argument for it, but before I do that, I want you to tell me why I'm wrong in saying that. Slavery is good.
Why is slavery bad?
Mhm.
Because it impedes individual freedoms.
That is just the definition of slavery. That's
Impeding
not an
individual
argument.
freedom?
That's
Sure.
not an argument. You're just slavery by definition is impeding someone's freedom. And so you're
Right.
just saying slavery is bad because it's slavery. What is the argument?
Yeah, that's the argument. Slavery is bad because it is slavery. Because you should not
Circular.
impede.
By
because you should
definition,
not impede someone's
that's
freedom.
irrational. Now let me show you how silly of a goose you are.
Okay.
Do you think we should have prison systems?
Absolutely.
But you just said slavery is bad because it's slavery.
Right, but slaves aren't enslaved because of criminality. They're just
Do you want me
enslaved.
to? Are you American?
I am.
Do you want me to read in your constitution where it says that the
I
prison
know.
system is slavery?
Slavery is allowed in
You
prison
just said
systems.
slavery is bad because it's slavery, but look and behold, you think there's a slavery out there that's good.
Okay, so slavery under penalty of
No, but then it's not circular anymore.
Imprisonment.
It's not. You can't say slavery is bad because of slavery anymore, can you? Now you're adding stipulations.
well, absolutely, there's stipulations to it. So
Then it's not bad just because it's slavery, is it?
Well, slavery of free, innocent people is bad. Slavery of the convicted is not necessarily
So
bad.
why is it bad?
Because you're enslaving innocent people.
Notice how you're changing your definition. Okay, are you
Oh,
sure
no,
you
you-
hold
you
on,
brought
hold on. Are you sure you want to commit to that?
I will commit to that. Yes.
You're committed.
Yes. That
Okay.
enslaving innocent
Okay.
people is bad.
Great.
Enslaving
Awesome. So you want to abolish the military?
No.
Oh, but the military is indentured servitude. It is slavery of innocent people. When you sign up for the military, you are now indentured to serve until you complete your contract, just like past slavery. That is a form of slavery. You committed to it. Now, do you want to change your definition again?
Well, that's a contract. That's different than slavery.
It's still
unless you're
indentured
talking about the
servitude.
draft,
What
if we
happens?
ever had the-
Hold on, Linda. What happens to a man that goes
Linda.
AWOL? What happens to a man that goes AWOL?
Sure. It's just like
No.
any contract.
Answer the question. What happens to a man that goes AWOL?
He can be in prison.
Imprisoned.
Right. But that's for
But that's
lack of
slavery.
fulfillment. No.
Yes.
He wasn't.
He's in the military. If he leaves the military, he will go jail. He have no
Right.
free choice. He take away freedom of innocent man.
Okay. So first of all, you join the military of your own free will.
Yes,
You
that's
understand that's
indentured
the
servitude. That's a type of slavery.
Okay, that's not slavery. Like you said, it's indentured servitude.
Okay, then
Two
there's no
different things.
slavery in the Bible.
Well, I don't know if there is or not, but you seem to support slavery. You just said you did.
I'm so freaking done with these idiots, man. I can't do this anymore.
Okay, really quick. I wanted to ask you a question about a point you brought up little bit ago.
Should we do it on
Oh,
a
is he
live
gone?
or private?
Oh, is he gone?
He's gone.
Oh, I was gonna.
I thought you were talking to me.
No, I was talking. I was gonna show him something, but it's fine. I don't need to waste my breath.
And actually, it's true that not all slavery in the Bible was indentured servitude, but the majority of it was. The vast majority of it. And guess what the other one was? Prison. It's either indentured servitude or prison. And then there's the few outliers where it's like an inheritance. That does happen. But the vast majority, because in all laws in the ancient Near East, you weren't allowed to buy or sell free people. That's not exclusive to Christianity, because it says you cannot kidnap people. So does the Babylonian Code Hammurabi. They say the same thing.
Yeah.
Man, today was rough. That was rough. I'm not bringing up any more guests today, ladies and gentlemen. That's it. I'm done. I am done. Today is one of the worst days I've had in a long time.
I mean, this is pretty consistent. I mean, when it comes to like low tier atheists, you had one guy who actually understood philosophy, but his argument begged the question on P1. So, and he wanted to say my argument was stupid. I was getting feisty with him because it seems like he was just being pedantic for no reason.
Gabe says, first time I've heard psychobabble on a live. Let's do some supers.
I said the word justification, and I got accused of psychobabble. That was the biggest word that I used in that sentence, where I just said, oh yeah, what he's doing is he's just, assuming a position in order to show an inconsistency in your position because it lacks justification or something like that. That's all I said. He's like, that darn psychobabble.
Hold on. I got to do this for, I don't know how to say her name, but.
Money.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your.
Money.
Oh my gosh, you sound like Popeye.
Money.
God bless you all. God bless you too. Yaxo, thank you so much. Don't mind me just sniping that dono bar. Appreciate you. We did hit our goal.
Yeah, the only way that I get paid on this channel is when I go live on TikTok. So thank you for the 18 coins that I received.
Which
God
is
bless
probably
you all.
like 5 cents.
Yeah, I think I got 5 cents. John already knows I don't do this for the money. Give all the money to him. His family has to eat.
Yeah, this is my job. This is what John's got another job. This is my primary job. This is how I make money. I do have a second job as well, but this is the main thing. So,
yeah.
Now I'm gonna get all those clips of me supporting slavery. He supports slavery. He's a horrible monster. You support slavery too. You're not out here protesting the prison systems. It is what it is, ladies and gentlemen. It is what it is. Our Father who is in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we also forgive our debtors. And lead us not to temptation, but deliver us from evil. Lord, thank you for this day. I think you are good, even if we are not. Walk with us, be present with us. Forgive me of my sin if I acted out of pocket, but, forgive all of us of our sin. You are good. Give us opportunities to know you, to share the gospel, and be more Christ-like. In Jesus' name, amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Hallelujah.
See, people ask me, it's like, hey, What is the hardest part of debating? The hardest part about debating is keeping in line with 1 Peter 3:15, where it says, always be ready to give a defense. That's the Greek word apologia. That's where we derive the term apologist or apologetics. Always be ready to give a defense. And then it just had to add in this other part, but do so with gentleness and respect. And it says, in doing so, we show like how Christ is within us, right?
50% is still a
That's the
passing
hardest
grade.
part.
50% is still a passing grade.
That's the hardest part about having conversations in live streams and on debate channels and whatnot, is just trying to maintain, because it says if we actually do it, it says we put the others to shame, not in virtue of like intellectual superiority, but we put the others to shame because we act in a way that they would not act, separate from the world. And I fail at that a lot, and I have to catch myself, or I have to apologize, and it's really stupid. But
I'm a
anyway.
ask forgiveness type guy.
Oh, rather than permission.
Yeah, I ask for I
just every single live stream, John repents, but not actual repentance.
No, dude, I don't think
No,
I don't think people understand how much I actually have a genuine heart to like not crash out on people all the time.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm just playing.
Oh man, like I've so many times I've said to myself, I'm not going to do it anymore. This will be the live where I don't cuss. I've said that to myself.
Before you end the stream, you should play the video that I sent you on text message. It doesn't have any sort of copyright music either. It's music, but you should just show everyone my creation.
Why don't you show it?
Huh? Because I would I title it
You're so cringy.
I'm Lil Jon. Lil Jon. So that's
Where,
oh my gosh.
Oh, I had to turn the volume up. I'm on TikTok.
Yeah, no, I see it. Yeah. I'm on TikTok too, so.
Yeah.
So that's my official like Lil Jon submission. Gosh, I love freaking AI.
I hate everything right now. I'm full of hate for all things and all people everywhere. Man, you get some hate and you get some hate and everybody gets some hate. Have you looked under your chair? Everybody gets some hate today. Bro. All right. We're going to hang out on YouTube for about 5-10 more minutes. I'm not going to plug today. Support me. Don't support me. I love you. Goodbye. Now we're just live on YouTube. Chat, pray for me. Pray for my soul. I think today might have been like, if you can lose salvation, I probably did it today. Probably did it today. My God. My God. What a day, ladies and gentlemen. What a day.
Where the heck's the chat? There it is.
John, we're in the after show. You're supposed to be paying attention to me. Co-hosting.
I'm I'm looking, I'm reading comments so I can answer questions. I can't see the comments if I don't look at my phone.
Fair.
That's
a fair point.
See, like someone asked, where'd it go? I lost it.
The camera can't figure out who to focus on, me or Abby.
I'll turn.
What's up, Abby?
Oh, you know.
Your mic's off.
Just finished grocery shopping. some cleaning.
Now you join us. We needed a woman's temperance earlier.
I don't know that.
No, I heard her in the kitchen.
Yeah, that guy was so dumb.
I heard her in the kitchen going, "Oh my god!" Like when she heard that one guy, the one guy who was like, wouldn't agree on the universal
squares
concepts.
And the circles.
So
it's not a square.
There are
if you
ways
say
you
it's a
can
circle.
do it. There are ways you can do that.
He
but
wasn't
what he
doing
was
it.
doing was not it.
No, I asked him. I'm like, make the argument. He couldn't make the argument. There was no argument. No argument, John. None.
Yeah, you can just say deny that and that's an actual concept, and just say, okay, concepts are only going to be implied or applied to instantiated objects or anything that is conceptual. And so if you can't conceive of a square triangle or a square circle or whatever, that's because it's not a concept.
Yeah.
And if it's not a concept, it doesn't have to be a universal. And if it's not a universal, I don't have to agree to universals. I can be a nominalist, or I could be something else and just deny universals and say, okay, the only thing that is actually going to matter is the instantiations of these things.
Yeah, that's not what he was doing.
That's not what he did. I could have made his argument better. I could have done it. But why would I help him? You know?
But that's the thing too, is like, I don't even like the tag argument. He's the one who opened with that you need a mind for a concept.
Yeah.
He's
You know
the
what
one who opened with it.
I need one of those contingent haircuts. That's when I'm gonna walk in. I'm gonna look at my barber and be like, "Yo, can you give me that contingency?"
Said, you held in there, Johns. We did our best. We did our best. All right, folks. We'll see you all Monday. God bless.